Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. If you've just turned on your device or it's been on waiting for the day 3 of the Oval finale and Canada Cup to start, well, we're starting. We're minutes away from the 9 o'clock start here in Calgary for the men's 500 meters. Let's first acknowledge the land and the opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, and the city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. So I'm reading something different than perhaps you're seeing on the screen, but we wanted to acknowledge Treaty 7 and Métis Nation, Region number 3. So let's talk about the day ahead at this point. The schedule. We're lots of races today. The 500-meter men's race, 38 pairings. We're going to do that first half of the morning, the last half, and early afternoon. The men's 1,000, so the 500 meters and the 1,000 meters are back. So PB opportunities, personal best opportunities are there for the skaters to get another one or to get one. And then the 5,000-meter women's and the 10,000-meter men's is coming up. On the screen, you'll see the officials, the key officials. Chief Referee Philippe Melroy from Quebec, Andrea McIntosh from British Columbia, and Dave Thompson from Alberta. Starters, Marc Poulin and Kim Fronberger. Marc is going to start, as he has been for the last 2 days, the women's races, and Kim Fronberger will start for the men. More shout-outs later as we move ahead. 4 minutes to race time, and inside the oval, you can't hear it for obvious reasons. The traditional Space Odyssey 2000 music, instrumental. And in 4 minutes' time, we are going to start with the men's 500 meters, as I mentioned. And the racers, the skaters came here. They came here to race because we have 38 pairings. So we'll do 22 pairings first. We'll do a nice resurfacing or nice preparation is probably the more accurate way of saying it. And then we'll do the balance of the pairings. Then we'll take a break. And that break will come back at 5 to 10. If all goes according to plan. These will go quick because you're going to see some very fast races today in the 500 meters. Hopefully, we can see some personal best. Cooper Eamon, David Larue, Jalen Doan, they took the 1, 2, and 3 position so far in the first 500 meters. And let's see how that shakes out for today. So I'm excited. Day 3, halfway home. This is the final long track competition at the Calgary Oval of the year. We'll find out if we have a forerunner too. Rick Leonard, do we have a forerunner? Okay, no forerunner today. We have had forerunners in the past, and what they are young skaters that skate around for the 500 meters and they test the starting, all the systems basically, and everybody likes that opportunity, make sure all the wrinkles are ironed out. They generally are in anyway. It's just a double, triple check. As the officials ready themselves and volunteers, so
2 minutes.
What are we talking about?
2 minutes till the start of races.
Streaming and the results and the electronic timing. Meet coordinator, the referees, the starters, the track stewards, which I haven't given them much airtime the last little while. I'll probably talk about them. And I've got lots to say over the next couple days because this is it. I generally don't run out of things to say. And but I got 2 more days to get everything I want to say in, and then that's it. So it's 2 minutes to race time. I'm going to go on the oval mic and announce the skaters in just a moment. 2-minute warning. I will announce the first pairing in just a moment. Wesley and Dustin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway. Day 3 of the Oval finale. Canada Cup 5, 2 meets all squashed into 1. 38 pairings. We're coming up with the first pairing of the men's 500 meters, the last 500-meter distance of the meet. In the first pairing, in the inside lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Augie Herman. Good luck, gentlemen. Okay, I'll keep quiet for the opening, and let's listen to the start.
Go to the
Okay, our start is a false start, our first start of the day. So what that means is that something didn't agree with the starter. Generally, it's movement on the line, or a skater went down too slow, or the skate might have been over the line. Those are generally the most three common. So they have to regroup, head back to the start line. Sadly, if a second skater false starts, no matter who that false start is, they get disqualified. We don't want that to happen. The starters don't want that to happen. And you see a white flag in the left corner of the screen. That means that Sebastian Champagne was tagged with the false start. Here we
inner
go
lane,
again.
not stable. Go to the start.
And we are off in the second start of the first pairing of 38 or 37, 100-meter opener for Sebastian Champagne, 10:36. Augie Herman, 10:51. Champagne from Bradford, Ontario. Augie Herman from Forest Lake, Minnesota. Down the backstretch they go. Cruikshank and Crockett are the coaches as they head out the final corner down the straightaway. Everything they got. Herman stretching it out as Champagne crossing the line. Is Herman first with a personal best of 36.54. Champagne clocks his 100 meters in at 36.87. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupre. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead. Welcome to pair two in the 500-meter men's race. Dupre from Quebec in the inside lane will finish in the outer. His opening 100 meters is 10:25. Homestead, 10 seconds right on the nose. Homestead from Burlington, Ontario. Zachary Dupre from Quebec, a multi-medalist here at the Canada Winter Games this past February. Dupre, Homestead, come out of the corner. Here comes Homestead with a red armband. White armband for Dupre. Homestead crosses the line with a personal best of 35.86. He's going to be happy with that. I heard his cheer from up here. Dupre, 36.64. Getting a hand from the fans in the north-east-west corner. In the third pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Paul Couder. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Roger.
Go to the start. Ready.
Alberta and Quebec on the ice. You saw the slip right there by Antoine Broger with 40 meters into his race. That will cost, sadly, a few 100ths of a second. Hopefully he can get it back down the backstretch. And as he heads into the inner lane, heading home. That's too bad. But it happens. Couder's opening 100 meters, 10:24. Roger, 10:27. Very close. Here they go, down the stretch, stride by stride. Who's going to cross the line first? It's going to be very close. Crossing the line first is Antoine Roger, 36.23. Couder in with a season's best of 36.28. In the fourth pairing in the inside lane from Norway, Christian Landre Magnusson. And in the outer lane, also from Norway, Eric Russell. That was a very good recovery from
to the start.
Antoine Roger on the fly. That's a veteran skater. And here we go. I'll keep quiet for the start.
Ready.
Magnusson's got the down start, the Will Dutton start. He used to do that, one of the fastest starters in the world. Obviously, if it gets you a 1/100th of a second or 2/100ths of a second, it's worth it.
False start,
it's
outer
not
lane,
the most common
not
start,
stable.
But there's about
Go to the
2
start.
or 3, maybe 4 skaters at the most to have this start. So, 2 Norwegians on the ice right now here at the Calgary Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. Let's watch.
Ready.
And we're off. Here we go. Norway's in the house, ladies and gentlemen, of the Magnusson and Russell family are watching. Hello from Calgary. Russell's opening 100 meters, 9:94. Magnusson, 10.21. Coaches Magnus Dahle and Arne Skutra are on the backstretch. Here they come, crossing the line first, 35.77 for Russell, and Magnusson clocks his 100 meters in at 36.29. In the fifth pair in the inside lane from BC, Joshua Tellesund. And in the outer lane, another Norwegian, Siver Bratchard. So 3 Norwegians in the
skaters, short ice repair.
Pairings number 4 and 5. And the times now are going to get lower until we get up to probably pairing number 8. Fast. Okay, they've skated off the screen, so I'm not sure exactly what's up. So something's going on. So I'm told it's an ice repair. So I've got some time to chat with you for a moment. So the coach for Norway, well, it's actually the Swedish coach. Sorry, the Norwegian coach, Arne Skuterud, is assisting, obviously, for the Norwegian skaters, but he's also helping with the Swedish skaters that don't have coaches. So they are neighbors, literally and figuratively. So Arne thanks, Arne, I guess, is probably the proper pronunciation. Remember, I'm English, not Norwegian or Swedish. And the other coach is Magnus Dahle, and unfortunately, he'd rather be skating than coaching because maybe one day he wants to become a coach, but he hurt himself skiing and not skating. And so, sadly, his knee is a little sore and he can't skate. So that is a true teammate for sure, helping out. Magnus, and it was a pleasure to meet you, and I met Arne as well. And most of the Norwegian skaters, some of them back in the fall, and some of them here. In fact, the gentleman that I met, Bjorn, I can hear the CO2 canister on the ice right now. Anyway, Bjorn Magnusson was here last weekend, the father of Christian Landro Magnusson, and had a really great chat with him. And Bjorn, I hope your hamstring pull is getting better because he likes to skate. He pulled it in about the first 2-3 strides of the 500 meters, and he was out. And nothing drives an athlete more than an injury. So here we go, Bratchard and Tellesund. Pairing number 5. Let's go.
Ready.
Okay, following that ice repair, we're back in action. Pair number 5 in the inside lane, Joshua Tellesund. He clocks in the fastest opening time so far at 10:78. Tellesund at 9:97 for the third fastest time. You can see Mike Ireland on the backstretch and Arne Skuterud if I've got the pronunciation correct, coaching Bratchard from Norway. Here they come out of the back stretch. Down the back stretch they go, stride for stride. Crossing the line first will be Tellison with a time of 35.68, 35.34 rather, and Bratchard in at 35.68. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And in the outer lane, Alberta, from Alberta, Jalen Doan. Okay, so
Go
far,
to the
personal bests are
start.
hard to come by. I think we only got 1 out of the 10 skaters so far. Let's see. And, of course, the faster they go, the harder it is. Anyway, I'll keep quiet. Here's the start.
Ready.
Okay, we've got another false start to kick off pairing number 6. I've talked a lot about Jalen Doan as having one fantastic season, qualified for the junior national team, multi-medalist at the Canada Winter Games. When I say multi, how does 5 sound to you? With 3 golds out of that 5. Quite impressive, isn't it? Ryan Gibson, I've gotten to know. I think he came out of the RBC competition and moved into speed skating later in life than most. And he's having a very good speed skating career.
False
And
start inner lane,
really
not
enjoys it.
stable.
Just loves
False
skating.
start
And
outer
so
lane,
I just
not
love stories like
stable.
that. Ryan's from
Go to
Kingston,
the start.
Ontario. And Ivana, if you're watching, your grandson is on the line in the inside lane right now. Ryan Gibson, Jalen Doan. These two skaters are going to push each other. They know they're fast. Who's faster? Here comes Doan with the second fastest opener, 9:84. Gibson clocks his 100 meters in at 10:05. You see Mike Hall coaching Jalen Doan and Mike Ireland coaching Ryan Gibson as they head to the south end of the oval. Fast skaters, here they come down the backstretch, stride for stride. These are sprints. Look how beautiful these skaters are. Crossing the line first is Jalen Doan with a time of 35.6 and Gibson 35.88. We move to the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. And in the outer lane from Quebec, David Larue. So Tellison
Go
got the
to the start.
fastest time. Doan laid down the second. Bratchard the third. That's how it looks right now. Russell fourth and Homestead fifth. Here we go to the seventh pairing.
Ready.
Zhao in the white armband. LaRue in the red armband. They'll finish in opposite lanes. We're off. Pair number 7. A 9:83 opener for LaRue. Zhao, 9:91, the second and fourth fastest time. Ireland coaching Zhao as they head down the backstretch into the corner. Crossing over on the backstretch. Here they come. You get an appreciation of how fast these skaters are going when you're down. This is going to be a photo finish. Very close indeed. 1/100th of a second apart. De LaRue, 35.12. The time to beat this morning. Yang Kun Zhao in at 35.13. 1-2 fastest time this morning. In the eighth pairing, what are they going to do? How are they going to answer back to that? Inside lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon.
Go to the start.
Okay. This is going to be cool because Zhao and LaRue have set the pace. Eamon and Brunet are two skaters that can answer back. Here we go. Brunet in the white.
Ready.
Eamon in the red. Okay, there's a bit of movement on the line. Brunet from Quebec. Eamon from Nova Scotia. I think that's our third false start this morning out of 8. Not that I'm keeping track, but I do notice. Cooper Eamon's from Nova Scotia. We had a good chuckle about the fact that at the Canada Winter Games, 13 skaters beat his 2016 record. And I got to
False
thinking
start
about it.
outer
and I think
lane,
Cooper
not
should go
stable.
back to Halifax, Nova Scotia and have
Go
a Cooper
to the
Eamon
start.
day. because he may have a chance to break the record that was broken already for him. Here we go. Eamon and Brunet.
Ready.
So this is unfortunate. Our second false start. And Brunet this is the first time we've seen this now in the last couple weekends. A second false start. I'm not sure what the infraction was. But inside lane, Cedric Brunet is unable to complete his race.
False start, inner lane, penalty.
So we get another opportunity to do this. This will change the dynamic
Go
of this race
to the
for
start.
sure. With Eamon, he's a fast skater, but not having Brunet out there pushing him will hold back his time somewhat. Let's see what happens.
Ready.
Okay, that does have a psychological effect on the skaters. And let's see how Cooper Eamon answers back to it. Cooper Eamon, a 9.78 with his opening 100 meters. Unfortunately, Brunet unable to complete this rate. We've got Will Dutton on the back stretch as Eamon crosses over from the outside lane to the inside lane by himself. Let's see how he responds without a skater on the ice as he goes down the backstretch. He is flying, crossing the line with a time of 34.95. Those false starts didn't seem to bother him. 34.95, Eamon, personal best. That is the time to beat. Congratulations, Cooper Eamon. In ninth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. And in the outer lane from Norway, Martin Solberg Andreasen. Wow. All I can say is,
Go
wow.
to the start.
Eamon family, if you're watching, that's impressive. I still think you should have a Cooper Eamon Day in Halifax. What a nice young man. Had great races in Winnipeg, too. Here we go.
Ready.
Okay, that wasn't too obvious, I don't think. Zachary Lacroix? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so he obviously was leaning forward and an obvious infraction. And these kids, these athletes, not kids, these athletes, these young athletes are fired up. This is the last long track race or meet of the season for them, and they're fired up. They want to head into the offseason
False
feeling
start,
really
inner
good
lane,
about their season.
not stable.
Zachary Lacroix
Go to the start.
in the blue with the white armband, and Andreasen from Norway, the red armband in the Norwegian colors.
Ready.
Okay, we are off, ladies and gentlemen. Zachary Lacroix in the inside lane. Martin Solberg Andreasen in the outer lane. 10:25 for Lacroix's opening 100 meters. Andreasen in at 10:46. I walked by Lacroix yesterday. He happened to be on the bike, and I only know Zachary with this beautiful, long, flowing hair, and he cut it. He said he had to, and I said, I don't know why. Why did you have to cut it? And I told him to look up a hockey player by the name of Ron Duguay, who played for the Rangers in the NHL. And because he had long flowing hair back in the day when the players didn't wear helmets. That's how I remember Zachary Lacroix. Lacroix's 500 meters, 36.21, and Andreasen, 37.25. In the 10th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Kieran Hansen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Émile Huard. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell a story
Go
with
to the start.
35 seconds or less than that after the opener. But Lacroix had this beautiful blonde flowing hair, and I'm follically challenged, basically bald, and loved his hair.
Ready.
He cut it. Looks normal now. But I suggest you look up Ron Duguay, a famous hockey player in the NHL, good-looking dude, flowing hair. Back then the players didn't wear helmets. Kieran Hansen, 10:27. Huard in at 10:32. What a story Kieran Hansen is. Left the sport at 16, back at 19, rehabbing a genetic defect, which was his hip. Had a great chat with him. More on him later if I have time, but loved connecting with him. Thanks, Kieran, for sharing that with me. Kieran Hansen's time, 36, right on the nose for a personal best. He'll be happy with that as he makes his comeback. Émilie Wad, 36.89 in the 10th pairing. We move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Andrea Rasmus. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Logan Toblin.
Go to the start. Ready.
Cooper Eamon, David LaRue, and Yang Kun Zhao are the three fastest times so far. Welcome back to pair number 11, or welcome to pair 11. Andre Erasmus and Logan Toblin, two Alberta skaters, 10:36 for Toblin. Erasmus in at 10:55. Phil Riopel and Kevin Crockett on the coach's box for Erasmus and Toblin. Cooper Eamon, David LaRue, and Yang Kun Zhao are the three fastest times. Those are the times to beat. Fourth and fifth are Telezin and Jalen Doan. Here comes Erasmus and Toblin. Erasmus with a time of 10:30 with 37.25. Pardon me. Erasmus at 37 period. Toblin at 37.25. In the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane from Sweden, David Kallingsjö.
Go to the start. Ready.
A little bit of a slip with Kallingsjö. Hopefully he recovers. It was really early, so that's helpful. So you got David Kallingsjö on the ice and Matthew Laxton, a transfer athlete from the sport of hockey. Opening 100 meters for Kallingsjö is 10:25. Laxton was 10.3. Laxton down on the north corner. Hopefully he is okay, as Kallingsjö will finish this race by himself in the inner lane. You can tell who he is. He's got red armband, but the Swedish colors. Kallingsjö finishes his race after almost ending up in the skate shop and does with a time of 37.2. We now take a break for track check. So Laxton went down, unfortunately. That happens. These skaters are going excessive speeds, and controlling them is very difficult. And so he looked okay. He fell and landed on his, just slid on his back. So hopefully that's, he's, like I say, he's okay. In the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. In the outer lane from Quebec, Raphael Cote.
Skaters ice check.
More work checking the ice right now. More work checking the ice right now. Throw in a little Jeopardy theme to drive people crazy inside the oval. I heard the whistle from the starter. Here come the skaters. Here we go again.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, we have a false start in pair number 13, Kobaki. In the inner lane, Raphael Cote. In the outer lane, and the infraction goes to Kobaki. As you can see, the white armband.
False start, inner lane, crossing the line.
Harder for the skaters in the second start because
Behind the blue
they have
piece.
to even be more still so they don't get that extra jump off the line.
Go to the start.
Rules are rules, though. Here we go.
Ready.
Pair number 13 of 37 in the men's 500-meter race here at the oval finale. Ryan Kobaki from Manitoba with an opening time of 10:41. Raphael Cote, 10:45. Kevin Crockett coaching Kobaki. Raphael Cote, Sebastian Bulio. Hello back home to the Kobakis. And the Oldhams, a little bit of a slip by Cote. That will cost him in terms of time. Kobaki's time, 36.87, and Cote in at 36.95. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. And in the outer lane from BC, Nicholas Goliath. Okay, let's see if these skaters can get close to 37 and maybe get some personal bests. Goliath and Picard on the line. If you've just joined us or you're watching along, the men's 500 meters Olympic Oval Finale Canada Cup 5 on the ice live in real time right now. Goliath's opening 100 meters, 10.63. Picard in at 10.72 with 120 some odd meters to go as they head down the straightaway, stride for stride. Who's going to take it? Red armband for Goliath. And white armband for Picard. Going to be close. Goliath will cross the line first with a time of 37.36. Picard in at 37.93. In the 15th pairing from Quebec in the inside lane, Felix La Rochelle. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, looks like we have another false start. Lots of false starts today. That's
False
probably
start,
number
outer
5
lane,
or 6,
going
I
down
don't know.
too slow.
Can't keep track. But, the starter's
Behind the
role
blue.
is really to ensure a fair
Go
start,
to
and
the
that's
start.
where the starters come from.
Ready.
And we're off. La Rochelle from Quebec. Witowski from Medicine Hat, Alberta. On the ice right now, Witowski 10:59, La Rochelle 10:89. You got Kevin Crockett and Sebastian Bulio coaching each of these skaters as they head to the south end of the oval and turn north to the Yukon down the 100 meters left and the straightaway, stride for stride. These skaters are very close indeed. But it looks like La Rochelle will cross the line first. No, it's Witowski, 37.95. 90. Let me start that again.
Skaters
La
were just
Rochelle at
holding the start.
37.92. I was right the first time. Witowski with a season's best of 37.97. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from USA, Matthew Somm. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. Boy, I got really twisted up on that ending, didn't I? I guess that's why I don't do the news anymore.
Go to the start.
Fergus English from Saskatchewan, Matthew Somm from the States. Here we go.
E.
Canada and the United States on the ice right now. Matthew Somm from the U.S. with an opening 100 meters at 10:57. Fergus English with a time of 10:78. And an American and a Canadian as they head down the straightaway to the finish. It's going to be very close. Crossing the line first will be Matthew Somm from the U.S. at 38:04, 6/100ths of a second. Behind him, Fergus English at 38.1. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen.
Go to the start.
There. Looks like he's in the shadow.
Ready.
Oscar's been here full 2 weeks competing at the Canada Cup 4 and 5. And the Nielsen family, if you're listening, text your son. We'll get a picture for him for this year and for next. 10:54 opener for Nielsen. Caleb Jacobson at 10:62. Crockett coaching Caleb Jacobson. Arna Skutera coaching Nielsen from Sweden as they head out of the corner down the backstretch. The front stretch, I should say. A personal best for Oscar Nielsen. He'll be happy with that. 37.93, 38.45 for Caleb Jacobson. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. And in the outer lane from Norway, Sondre Glesnet.
Skaters were just grabbing the puck.
Good, another personal best. I love it. That might be the third or fourth. Quiet today on the personal best front. Understandable, though. Given that they set a bunch already earlier this meet and last weekend.
Go to the start.
Here we go.
Ready.
A Norwegian and a Canadian on the ice right now. Evenly matched 100-meter opener for Glesnet, 10:63. Farquharson in at 10:69. Christine Lazarescu is coaching Jared Farquharson, and you could see Sondra Glesnet getting coaching from Arna Skutera saying, get low, and that's speed skating, ladies and gentlemen. Down the straightaway they go. Red armband, white armband. Who's crossing the line first? Very close indeed. This is how close. Jared Farquharson in at 38.1, Glesnet in at 38.11, 1/100 of a second apart. In the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, William Lafrancois. And in the outer lane from Sweden, not on the screen, David Arvid Karlingsjö.
Go to the start.
So it looks like we're going solo here for Lafrancois.
Yeah.
In this 19th pairing, we have one skater, William Lafrancois, with an opening time of 10:75. Cooper Eamon has shown us that perhaps you don't always have to have a second skater in the pairing to get a personal best. Let's see if Lafrancois answers back in that way. But that was exciting for Eamon, who has the time to beat, along with Larue and Zhao. Here comes William Lafrancois from Quebec. Crossing the line, 38.17. We now move to the 20th pairing in the inside lane from the US of A, Nathaniel Beveridge. And in the outer lane from the Netherlands, Mark Wittagen.
Go to the start.
All right, let's listen for pairing number 20.
Ready.
Opening 100 meters for Beveridge from the United States, 10.6. Wittagen from the Netherlands, 10.87. David Cruikshank in the coach's box, coaching Nathaniel Beveridge as he heads into the outer lane and finishing his final corner down the last 100 meters of the straightaway. Wittagen right beside him. And here they go, stride by stride, everything they got. Who's going to cross first? It looks like Beveridge will with a time of 38.26. Wittagen in at 38.4. Two more pairings up before we do an ice preparation. In the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, no Ian McPeak. That's rare. Usually Ian is on the line. He might be getting ready for the, I wonder if he's doing the 10,000 meters today. I'll have to check the pairings. But he could be saving himself for that or the 1,000. I'm not aware of any injuries out of the McPeak camp. Stephen Lee's opening 100 meters, 10.76 as he gets coached and encouraged, crossing the line by Coach Bob Mallard. Lee in the outer lane with the white armband, starting in the inside, is going to cross the line. Let's see what his time does, 39.28 for Stephen Lee. We move to the 22nd pairing, the final pairing before we do a nice resurfacing in the inside lane from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Alex Wood.
Go to the start. Ready.
We have an Albertan and an Ontarian on the ice right now. Very evenly matched. Oh, I love when this happens, ladies and gentlemen. 10.99, 100 meters, exactly for both Angelozzi and Wood. That's their opener. Angelozzi and Wood. Very evenly matched, and here they come out of the back corner, down the straightaway, heading north. Going to be very close indeed, but getting the best in this pairing will be Alex Wood, 39.29, and Eric Angelozzi, a time of 39.53. Personal bests are hard to come by, but beautiful speed skating and a ton of effort by all these skaters is in abundance. It's 9:38, and unless we hear differently, we're going to come back at 9:55 with the resumption of the men's 500-meter race here at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5, 2 meets, all squished into one. Eamon Larue, Zhao, Telezin, and Doan. All the times to beat, 1 to 5 right there. Welcome aboard, everybody. Let's keep it going. We'll see you shortly. 9:53. We're going to start at 9:55. I'll introduce the first pairing of the second grouping in just a moment. Welcome back on the webcast. We're just getting in place. We're going to have pairing number 23, or if you just joined us, pairing number 21. There's 37 pairings in total. Anders Johnson, one of the fastest speed skaters in Canada, in the sprint, is the last pairing. He'll be by himself. He didn't skate in the first one, so I guess according to the speed skating bulletins, he doesn't get a pairing in the early going. He'll be the last skater. So stick around and watch that one. He's going to challenge. He'll challenge Eamon, LaRue, and Zhao for the current potential podium finish unofficially. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. In a moment, we're going to start the next pairing of the 500-meter men's here at the Oval finale, the last speed skating competition of the year in Canada Cup 5. Let me introduce the first pairing now. In the inside lane from BC, Nate Ben. And in the outer lane, also from BC, Jack Hansen. Good luck, gentlemen. Okay. Battle of British Columbia on the ice here. No doubt these skaters are friends. And teammates. Here we go. Bonberger, starter. Okay, here we go. Another false start to kick off the second session. Two BC skaters on the ice, Hansen and Nate Ben. Well, we have a moment, and during the 500s, I don't have that many moments. I'm not sure if they're watching, but I want to give a shout out to Robert and Diane Miller, the parents of Dustin Miller. Robert and Diane, I have an opportunity to meet with Dustin and work with him in the volunteer capacity, and he's a delight to work with. And I just want to say that I understand you watch, and speed skating's in your blood. I'm going to tell you a Bob Ireland story in a second. So that's kind of part one of my Miller story, if you will. It'll be Miller time. That was pause for effect to see if you actually heard that, Miller time. But let me call this race first, and then Robert and Diane, I'll tell you about Bob Ireland and how speed skating gets in the family's bloods, and I totally get it. Nate Ben's opening time, 10:81. Jack Hansen in at 10:92. Looks like Phil Rilpel is the solo coach in the coach's box on the backstretch. Here comes Ben and Hansen. British Columbia is on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and pair number 23, but really it's personal bests. Are they going to get them? Here they go, down the straightaway. A personal best for Hansen. We got one to start the second session, 36:18 for Hansen. Ben in at 39:61. In the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Etienne Perron. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. So Bob Ireland has been retired from volunteering, as both Sean and Mike are aged out of speed skating. And I'll pause and continue the story after the start.
Ready.
One January 1st, we always held something called Silver Skates in Manitoba. It was no longer, it's just a fun meet. But on January 1st, 4 families were outside the outdoor meet at 35 below. We were inside the vehicles because the complex was closed and warming up. And I was in my van. I look over outside my vehicle and I see Bob Ireland. And he had drove by a speed skating inside his blood, and he wanted to see what was going on at the Oval. And I know Dustin skated, and I know Robert and Diane, you still enjoy watching speed skating, and here we are at the Oval. Opening time for Riel, 10:74. Perron at 10:94 as they scream down the front stretch, the straightaway. Riel with a personal best of 39:12. He'll be happy with that, and so will Perron from Quebec, 39:67. PBs in pairing number 4. I love it. In the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Finley Tulloch. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Edouard Beaulieu. So I guess the moral of the story is this. during this Miller timeout is that the sport gets in our blood. I'm a speed skating dad. I can feel it in my blood. It's in the Miller's blood. It's in Ireland's blood. And why not? And so it's a family. Whether you're involved in a day-to-day or you're on the periphery, you've aged out, I totally get it. It's a fun sport to watch, and the people inside it are fantastic. Edouard Bouliot, 10:91 for his opener. Tulloch from Nova Scotia, 11 seconds. Marc-André Poudré-Michon is coaching Bouliot, and it looks like Christina Lazarescu coaching Finley Tulloch. The 25th pairing of 37 pairings. Crossing the line first with a personal best is 39:37, Edouard Bouliot, and Finley Tulloch from Nova Scotia, 39:66. Pairing number 25, PBs all around. In pairing number 26 in the inside lane from BC, Matthew Mitchell, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Chandra Danda.
Go to the start.
Okay, this is awesome. Bring on more personal bests. Congratulations, you guys.
Ready.
Matthew Mitchell from BC, Chandra Danda from Ontario. Opening 100 meters going to be very close, and it is. Mitchell's opener, 11:01. Danda, 11.1. Bob Mallard coaching Danda, and Phil Riopel coaching Matthew Mitchell. In the coach's box, as the skaters head to the south, now looking west, now due north for the final 100 meters. Here they go, stride by stride. Red armband, white armband, white armband. Crosses the line. That's Matthew Mitchell, 39.64. Danda, 39.83. Lots of applause inside the oval for these two skaters. The last three pairings have had personal best. Let's keep it going. Pairing number 27 in the inside lane from Alberta, Evan Boyce. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland.
Go to the start.
Joshua and Evan, go get some headshots. You still got some time for this year and next. And we're off and running. Pair number 27, a 37. Evan Boyce at 10.84 opener. Nice opener. Sutherland in at 11.41. Mike Hall coaching Joshua Sutherland. Here comes Boyce crossing over. He crossed over to the outer lane. Here he comes with a white armband. He's without the skin cap on, if you will. And this is going to be very close to the finish. Let's see what happens. Personal best for Joshua Sutherland at 40.41. Evan Boyce at 40.51. In the 28th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Olivier Landreville. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. Eric Kulbacki and Ryan Kulbacki are brothers.
Ready.
Kulbacki's from Manitoba and Landreville in from Quebec. Opening 100 meters for Erica Kulbacki, 11.29. Landreville in at 11.33. Scott Van Horn coaching Erica Kulbacki and Olivia Landreville. Sebastian Bouliot from Quebec. Scott filling in for Coach Alex Moritz, who was here last week. With everything they have left, crossing the line very close. Looks like Kulbacki will cross the line first and get a personal best of 40.59. He'll be happy with that. And Landreville, personal best of 40.9. Way to go, gentlemen. Lots of personal best on this back half of the 500-meter races. In the pair number 29 in the inside lane from Ontario, Camden Bate. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, Cameron Mason.
Go
Not like
to the
these two
start.
skaters probably haven't raced before. Look at their PBs, just over 41. Let's hope Cameron and Camden can give a kiss up to 41 and maybe even a little bit below. Would be a great ending of their 500-meter season. Cameron Mason and Camden Bate. Bate, I should say. My mistake. Bate, en français. Camden Bate and Cameron Mason, two teammates, two friends, now two competitors on the ice. Bate opener 11:23, Mason in at 11:51. Got to be tough for Bob Mallard, eh? You're coaching both, encouraging both, and obviously he wants the best for both. And at the end of the day, they're not competing against each other in the true sense. They're doing it competing against each other to get the best possible time. So here comes Bate and Mason. Bate crosses the line with a personal best of 40.64, and Mason in at 40.87. They'll both be happy with that. Let the personal best continue to rain down from the skies of the Calgary Olympic Oval. Pair number 30 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veman.
Go to the start. Ready.
So I think we'll see some faster times now. The next few skaters, they put some faster skaters in the final pairings. Cameron Thomas is out of the race. Luca Veman's opening 100 meters is 10.3. Thomas, unfortunately, is out of the race. Here comes Veman, a multi-medal winner at the Canada Winter Games. And here he comes, starting in the outside lane, will finish in the inner. We'll see if he can do his best without a skater beside him. 37.17 is his time. We now move to pair number 31, no stranger to the sport of speed skating, in the inside lane from Alberta, Connor Howe, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. Howe on the line, 35.23 is personal best. World Cup, representing Canada on the World Cup. Was a medalist in a number of races. 1,500 meter specialist. Loves the mass start.
Ready.
Connor Howe and Max Halleck are on the ice right now. Opening 100 meters for Halleck is 10:22. Connor Howe 10:33. As Howe stretches over and into the outer lane, Halleck crossing over into the inside lane. It's going to be really interesting to see how this finishes. World Cup podium finisher Connor Howe and Olympian in the white armband. Back from Heron Vane, crossing the line with a time of 35.8. Halleck being pushed by Howe, and successfully so, 36.22 for a personal best for Max Halleck. In the 32nd pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Low, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzik Santer.
Go to the start. Ready.
Doesn't Bon Low look like one cool dude in his green and black outfit with those shades on? That is so cool. Bon Low in the inside lane from Saskatchewan. Opening 100 meters, 10.65. Hodzik Center, 10.6. So Low with 10:65 opener, Hodzic Center 10.6. This is going to be very close to the end, and it is. Hodzic Center with a time of 37.54, low in at 37.57. We now move to the 33rd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Liam Robinson.
Start.
Yeah, so when I look down the pairing sheet, I noticed some skaters that hadn't skated in the previous 500 that are very fast. And obviously, they have generally the fastest skaters and generally pairings
Ready.
3 to 8, 4 to 8, somewhere right in there. And so, for example, I looked down and I saw Connor Howe's name, and I was kind of taken aback. And of course, you know, World Cup, Olympian. So anyway, there's a few other times like Lowe's in there, and I've got Jersey Hitler coming up, and Lucas Sullivan. Matthew Medlicott, 10.85 for his opener, and Liam Robinson, 10.78. Here they come down the straightaway. In the white armband is Medlicott. He's going to cross the line first and does so with a time of 38.07. Robinson in at 38.43. We move to the 34th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lucas Sullivan. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Jersey Hitler.
Go to the start.
Yeah, so I was saying that some of the names that came up towards the end, usually you have the slower times towards the end, but the fastest times are generally, like I mentioned, in pairings 3 to 8. I see Anders Johnson in a pairing by himself in pairing number 37. That means that he didn't skate the first 500, and there are bulletins that come out and regulations. That means that they don't put him in with the faster skaters. He skates by himself. Those are the rules that, as I understand them anyway, in my limited but yet growing understanding of the sport. Luca Sullivan at a time of 10.66. Hitlin at a time of 10.89 for their opening 100 meters. Final 100 meters coming up down the straightaway, heading due north. Hitler will cross the line with a time of 39.13. Sullivan in at 39.84. In the 35th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenick. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Alexander Giannotti.
Ready.
Opening 100 meters for Kremenick. 10.86. Giannotti, 1/100th of a second just off. His time in the 100 meters at 10.87. "35 of 37 pairings in the 500-meter men's of the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. Crossing the line first is going to be Giannotti, and he'll be happy with that. That, Alex, is a personal best. Braden Kremenick, 39.92. In the 36th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth, and he'll be the solo skater in this pairing.
Ready.
James Wigglesworth opening time 11.5. James has a personal best of 40.89. Skating by himself, Cooper Eamon has just proved that you don't always have to have a skater in the next lane beside you to get a personal best, as Eamon is the time to beat. So what one man has done, another can do. So hopefully Eamon has set the pace for Wigglesworth. Maybe he can best his time of 40.89. From Alberta, here comes Wigglesworth all by himself. Does he get a PB? Crosses the line 41.56 off his PB. Good race nonetheless. The final pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Anders Johnson. Okay, you can see his PB, 34.93. Eamon, 34.95. This will be exciting. What can he do? Here we go.
Ready.
Well, that was a stutter step or a very slow start. I'm not sure, but Will Dutton has told me that fast twitch muscles look very efficient and sometimes don't look fast. So I'm going to go with that. 10.7 is his opening time as Mike Ireland coaches him down the straightaway. Here he heads to the final corner. Is he going to challenge Eamon, LaRue, and Zhao unofficially for a podium finish? Eamon with a personal best of 34.95. Johnson clocks in a time of 36.13. Well off his PB. He'll have his reasons for racing this race. Anders Johnson completing the 500-meter race of the men's 37 pairing here at the Oval finale. It's 10:14. We're going to hand out the 500-meter podium finishes to Cooper Eamon, David LaRue, and Yankun Zhao inside of 15 minutes. And then we'll be back starting up the women's 1,000 meters at 10:45. So award presentation coming up, everybody. 500-meter men's inside of 10 minutes or so. 10:45. We'll be back. Yeah, so to set the record straight, Anders Johnson could arguably be the fastest skater on the ice at this competition. It's clear to me that he skated for different reasons, and he didn't come out of the gates with his fastest start, and so he and his coach would have had a particular reason to skate this race, and so this would be, I don't want to say an easy race for him, but again, it would be a strategy between him and his coach, because if Anders decided to set the world on fire, no doubt that he would have challenged Eamon and LaRue and Zhao for the podium, but not to be the case. And here we go. We move to the 1,000-meter women's race in 1/2 hour. We'll talk to you then, but I'll be back on for the record if you want to circle back on the webcast to watch the podium presentation for Eamon, LaRue, and Zhao. Thanks. Talk soon. in first place. Are you ending the season in the way you want to, and what's ahead for next season?
Of course. I mean, the win is always the goal here, and I knew what I was capable of, and I went out there and I was working hard these last few months, and I think just being able to perform and show my skills off this meet has been so awesome.
You're a beautiful skater to watch. It's hard to watch because you go around this oval so quick. If you blink, you miss your race. Cooper Heeman, congratulations. Once again, 500-meter first place finisher twice, and also in the 1,000 meters. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you, Cooper Heeman.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, we're done. Back off to the webcast, and I'll be up in the timing deck shortly to finish, to start the
Testing 1 2. Testing. On here. I think testing 1 2. Testing. Testing 1 2. Test shot. Testing. Test. Skaters, 2 minutes to start time. 2 minutes to start.
Before we start the women's 1,000 meters, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to those on the webcast. Welcome back to those that are here at the Oval. Thank you for being here. I'll announce the first quartet of 9 quartets for the women's 1,000 meters, the Oval finale, Canada Cup 5, coming up, day 3 of 4. In the 1,000 meter women's race, they will be quartets. In the first pairing of the first quartet, in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, Brielle Durham. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. Good luck, ladies. Okay, here we go. The last 1,000 meter women's race of their long track season, of the 2022-23 season. Let's hear the starter, Kim Kronberger, now.
Go to the start.
It's actually Mark Poulin. Sorry about that.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, let me make sure I got the starters correct here. I always knew Mark Poulin was starting for the women all 4 days, and so Mark Poulin is the starter for the women's quartets, 1,000 meters. Kim Kronberger had started the men's 500 meters. I guess inertia on my mind. Here we go. Rachel Freitag and Brielle Durham, an opener, 1954 for Durham. Freitag in at 20:39. Fournier from Quebec, 20:54, and Haley Bell, 19:62. This is a sprint distance, 2.5 laps around a 400-meter track. 4 skaters, 4 coaches, 8 souls on the ice right now as you see all the coaches lined up in the coaches box. The 1,000 meters starts in the middle of the track in the west side of the oval. It finishes in the middle of the track on the east side of the oval. Crossing the line first was Rachel Freitag with a time of 1:23.97. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. Way to go, Rachel. Brielle Durham, 1:23.75, as we see in the screen. Crossing the line, Haley Bell at a 1:23.38, and Ariane Fournier, 1:25.20. We now move to the second quartet. In the inside lane of the first pair from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque. In the second pairing in the inside lane from PEI, Jenna Larder. And in the outer lane from Norway, Anna Bae Forstad. That was a quick race.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
So we should expect some times in for Levesque, the first pairing around 121, anywhere from 121 to 123. and Larder around 123 as well, almost 123, 124. Farstad should have the fastest time of this quartet. Her personal best is around 119 and change. Alexa Annika opener 20.39. Sandrine Levesque 20.08. Here comes the opener. Larder's opener 1936 rather, and 1921 for Farstad in her opener. Quartet number 2 of 9 quartets in the women's 1,000 meter race. We'll have the awards after this race as well. So crossing the line with a personal best, 120.97. And a personal best for Alexa Annika, 123.18. So congratulations, ladies. Here comes Farstad, and she does a time of 120.19. And a personal best for Jenna Larder from Prince Edward Island, 122.58. We move to the third quartet in the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the outer lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplan.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
So we're off and running in quartet number 3, Van Horn and Bourgeois in the first pairing. Van Horn's times got her into a pairing with a national team member Nana Bourgeois. Their times will be quite different, so Van Horn will have to skate her own race, and Bourgeois will be doing her own thing as well, because there's 4 seconds apart on their personal bests. Generally, the skaters' times are fairly consistent, but you know what? Let's see what happens in this particular race. Pelkey and Goplan to 119 for almost 120 for PB, and Pelkey around the 120. So very close in pairing number 2 in times. So Pelkey's opening time 19:52, Goplan in 19:56, and Van Horn and Bourgeois are in the 19.5 range. Nothing set apart in the race right now between Van Horn and Bourgeois. Crossing the line first for a season's best is 118.73 for Anna Bourgeois, and Skylar Van Horn with a personal best of 121.3. She'll be happy with that time. Caitlin Pelkey with the yellow armband crosses the line with a personal best time of 120.26, and Goplan in at 121.12. Congratulations. In quartet number 4 in the inside lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf, and in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Gabrielle Jelinek. In the second pairing in the inside lane from the United States, Blair Cruikshank, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
So we have 2 Canadians in the first pairing from Quebec, and an American and a Canadian in the second pairing. Audrey Phaneuf's opening 200 meters, 19.36. Gabrielle Jelinek with a time of 19.02. Here comes Crookshank and Bieber. And they're opening 200 meters. Crookshank with the fastest so far today, 18:43. Bieber at 18:96. So Phaneuf and Jelinek, their personal bests are a couple seconds apart. If all holds according to their seating time, Jelinek should cross the line first, followed by Phaneuf. These are teammates and friends and now competitors really competing against the clock. Crookshank and Bieber, this is about the fourth or fifth time they've competed against each other. They competed being on the same pairing. They were in Insel, Germany, and they were for the 500s. Crookshank bested Bieber in Insel. Bieber bested Crookshank here in Calgary. And as Bonnie Blair would say, this is the rubber match, if there is one. It's all against the clock. Let's call in the first pairing. Season's best for Jelinek at a 1:18:39, and Phaneuf at a 1:19:97, closing the gap between those two skaters. Here comes Bieber and Crookshank with everything they got left. Personal best Bieber, 1:18:22, and Crookshank also with a personal best, 1:18:79. All those skaters in quartet number 4 will be really happy. In the fifth quartet in the inside lane from the U.S., Mary Brophy Magnus, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. In the inside lane in the second pairing from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt. Great race in quartet number 4 for all the racers. Awesome to see. Let's listen for this quartet.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
We are in quartet 5 of 9 in the women's 1,000 meter races here at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5, 2 meets squished into one. Mary Brophy Magnus, opener 19.98. Emmanuel Cote 9.97. Here comes Langstrom and Vogt. They book in their 200 meter time. Langstrom 20.58 and 20.94. Okay, I'm going to get off the mic in the Oval. I want to tell you about Mary Brophy Magnus, who I met yesterday. I had heard that name many times. I only have a little bit of time, but she's a 49-year-old woman from Saratoga Springs, New York. A mom of 3, Emily, Kayla, and Evan, 9, 11, and 15. If you're watching, I am very impressed with your mother. She loves the sprint distances of 500 to 1,000, so she's in her sweet spot now. Her best time is just over 1:25. I would think that she's holding right now against Emmanuel Cote, who have 5-second difference in time, so she may get a PB, but she skated way back when, back in the early 90s, took time off for her family, and here she is back skating again. Mary Brophy Magnus with a personal best of 1:25.08. She got the PB she was looking for, and a season's best for Emmanuel Cote, 1:22.91. I guess what I'm saying is the story is really inspirational. So cool. More on her at another time. Emma Langstrom crosses the line at the time of 1:24.70 on Daria Vogt at 1:26.49. In the sixth quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Malie Ferlat. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Beth Smith. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. Sixth quartet coming up of 9.
Coaches.
Mark Poulin
Coaches
is our
move back,
starter.
please.
Let's listen and watch.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
We are underway in the 6 of 9 quartets. Ferlet from Quebec with an opening 200 meters at 20.87. Beth Smith, who represented her province at the Canada Winter Games with a time of 21.59 in the opener. Here comes Hawkins and Dvorak. Dvorak's opening 200 meters is 21.28 and 21.46 for Kendra Hawkins. A little bit about Kendra Hawkins, who I met back in the fall, and she's been up in the timing deck a little bit. I think she's getting her feet wet a little bit in terms of life beyond that of an athlete. I think she's looking to go the official route, and she helped out at the World Cups a little bit, and the only way to really learn about the sport is to be around the sport. And this young woman is just that, very, very young, but showing interest in the sport, is always looking for officials and starters. Last weekend, there was a level 2 starting clinic that Andrew Cross and Blair Toblin put on. 14 starters across 4 different provinces. That is so awesome. Parents are stepping up. 2 personal bests in pairing number 1 of the Quartet 6. Ferlet in at 125.70 and Beth Smith 126.36. Coming into the screen now, you'll see Hawkins and Dvorak with the yellow and blue armband. Hawkins crosses the line with a personal best herself, 128.50 and 129 right on the nose with Sophia Dvorak. In the 7th quartet, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk. In the outer lane from Alberta, Maggie Breedlove. In the 2nd pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lily-Pierre Guérin. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Krawchuk is 20.68. Breedlove 22 on the nose. Guérin at 20.71 and Marie-Michelle Gagnon at 21.17. Gagnon is from Quebec City, and she loves the 1,500 and 3,000. So those are her 2 favorite races. Sebastian Boulieu is her coach. I asked her what her hopes and dreams are, as I like to do with some of these skaters. And she says she's just going to take it 1 year at a time. 19 years old and has been skating 13 years. So that's a little bit about Marie-Michelle Gagnon, who I just got to know a little bit yesterday, as her and her fellow skaters, Marie Ferlet and Leila Cartier, were riding the bike, warming down from the day. Crossing the line with a 128.05 and a personal best from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk. Here comes Margaret Breedlove, and also a personal best, 136.25. In the screen in the outside lane with the blue armband, Marie-Michelle Gagnon, another personal best, 125.68. And here comes Lily-Pierre Guérin with a time of 132.16. Ladies and gentlemen, personal best all around for quartet number 7. In the 8th quartet, in the inside lane of the first pairing, from Alberta, Cassandra Curry. In the outer lane, from India, Shruti Cotwell. And in the inside lane of the second pairing from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200-meter time for Shruti Cotwell from India, 20.23. Cassandra Curry, 21.57. Rachel Mallard and Molly Johnson, they book in their 200-meter times at 20.45 and 20.59. I haven't had a chance to catch up with Shruti Cotwell, and I've talked a little bit about Rachel Mallard, and haven't talked about Molly Johnson for a while, but I do want to talk about Cassandra Curry just a little bit. I think now she's 16, and she's from Edmonton, Alberta. And Stefan Waples, former national team skater, is her coach. I met Stefan. Stefan, if you're watching, hello, by the way. I think you're one of the classiest gentlemen that I've ever met. You're a wonderful soul, and it was great to share a drink with you last fall and to get you to know a little bit better. Crossing the line right now was Shruti Cotwell at 126.68. Cassandra Curry and her coach, Stefan Waples, will be happy with that personal best of 129.56. Here comes Molly Johnson and Rachel Mallard, season's best for Johnson at 124.14 and Mallard in at 124.46. Our final quartet has one pair in it. Inside lane from China, Yin Chi. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Rose Lalboterois. Now you're wondering probably, why are the fastest, almost the fastest skaters at the back end? They didn't race the 1,000. They're the first time. Therefore, they don't have a seating at this meet this time. That's why they're at the end. This will be fast.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, you could easily see the move on Yin Chi in the inner lane, so the white flag will come out, and it does. They've got some really fast times. So Bieber has the fastest time, Jelinek and Bourgeois, followed by Cruikshank and Phaneuf. Those times are not safe with these two skaters on the ice. Unless something
False
happens
start, inner
dramatically,
lane,
these two
not
will
stable.
make the podium. In my
Go
view, anyway.
to the start. Ready.
And we're off. Okay. I haven't had a chance to get caught up with Yin Chi. I do. She's laid down some crazy fast times at this meet. But I did get a chance to connect with Rose Lalboterois, who did come to Winnipeg and raced in our very, very cold weather. Let me call the 200-meter opener. 1862 opener for the second fastest time. Yin Chi for the fifth fastest time. Here they go. 2 1/2 laps around a 400-meter track, 13 meters wide, 1 to 1.5 inches thick. Let's see what they're going to do. So Rose Lalboterois, 24 years old, from Quebec City, has been skating 19 years. Loves the 500 and 1,000. This is right up her alley. Really tight with her brothers Laurence and Thomas, who are older than her. Getting cheers with the bell lap going on with these two skaters, the first and fastest and third fastest time right now. And her parents, Sylvie and Nancy. I think they might even be in the oval. As you can see, one of the skaters catching a draft off the other one. Let me call in this race. Bieber's the time to beat, followed by Jelinek and Bourgeois. And Cruikshank and Phaneuf are in there in the top 5. Crossing the line first with a white armband with a time of 1:15.64 will be Yin Chi and Rose Lalboterois, 1:18.28 for the third position. Unofficially, Yin Chi, Sophia Bieber, and Rose Lalboterois, once signed off, will be at the awards for the 1,000 meters. And ladies and gentlemen, that completes the 1,000 meter race. Their final 1,000 for the off season. I'm sure they're happy and relieved, all wrapped into one. We now take a break. We come back with the men's 1,000 meters. It's 11:08 in Calgary. Unless I'm told differently, the 1,000 meter men's will start at 12:25. 12:25. 1,000 meter men's, followed by the women's 5,000 meters and the men's 10,000 meters. Hold on to your seatbelts because much more racing to come, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the Calgary Olympic Oval, the fastest ice in the world. Day 3 of 4, the Oval finale, Canada Cup 5. Glad you're aboard. Where? Well, but you're Winnipeg tough anyway. Or you were Winnipeg tough. Test, test. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand out the podium finishers of the 1,000 meter women's race. We're looking for Yin Chi, Sophia Bieber, and Rose Lalabrote-Roy. Turn your attention over to the podium area where Dustin Miller will be. This is the final 1,000 meters of the long track season for the women. And we're delighted to hand out the awards to the third, second, and first position. This young lady from Quebec also had a 500 meter podium finish, always wears a smile on her face. That's just who she is, with a time of 1:18:28 from the province of Quebec. Give it up for third place finisher, Rose Lalabrote-Roy. Handing out the awards are team lead of competition, Dustin Miller. Her third podium finish, her second in the 1,000 meters, moved up from the third position to the second in this race with a time of 1:18:22 and a personal best from the province of Manitoba. Give it up for Sophia Bieber. This skater was on the podium for the women's 3,000 meters. She now takes the top position with a time of 1:15:64 from China. Ladies and gentlemen, Yin Chi. Picture taking time for anybody who wants to get their pictures taken. Dustin Miller will take their pictures, and then I'm going to interview Yin Chi. Congratulations to Rose Lalabrote-Roy, Sophia Bieber, and Yin Chi. Yin Chi, Sky Guy here with a couple of questions. First of all, Yin Chi, tell me, how did you feel about that race?
Yeah, the race is very good. So I like Calgary. So here is good in volleyball. Yeah.
So you mentioned Calgary. You mentioned earlier off the air that you are now an international student from China, now living and training in Calgary. What do you think of that?
Yeah. I'm now as international students. So I like skating. So I come here. So skating is my hobbies. I'm come here training and study. So I like my teammate, my coach, my Irisy.
Well, I'd say Yin Chi's doing not bad for a little bit of a hobby. How long have you been here in Canada?
I have 4-year visa.
1 full year so far?
4 year.
Oh, 4 years. One more question. How much has the training here in Calgary helped you develop as a speed skater?
Yeah.
You've gotten better because you're here in Calgary, correct?
Yes. I like here training. I try new training. Okay.
All right, one more question. You say this is a hobby. What might be one of your hopes or dreams or goals with the sport of speed skating? Because you're a very fast skater.
Yeah, thank you. I think I want more fast. I believe I can faster. So I need training again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's your first place finisher for the Winnipeg's the women's 1,000 meters. Yin Chi, who wants to go faster, and she's fast already. Congratulations and have a great off season. We are done here at the podium for the women's 1,000 meters. The women's 5,000 meters is coming up. Stay tuned.
Test, test. Test shot. Two minutes to the start of races.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. It's 12:23 in 2 minutes' time. We're going to start the second 1,000 meters for the men's today. Their last 1,000 meter, 2.5, one lap around a 400 meter track race until the off season. We have 18 quartets coming up. In 1 minute, I'm going to announce the race, the first quartet of racers. In the first quartet, in the first pairing of the first quartet in the inside lane from Norway, Christian Landrell Magnussen, and in the outer lane from the United States, Augie Herman. In the inside lane in the second pairing from Quebec, Antoine Roger, and in the outer lane from Quebec, from BC rather, Kieran Hansen. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start.
But I'm just gonna do my thing, okay?
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, we're off and running. the first of 18 quartets. Magnuson from Norway clocks in. The fastest time so far, 17 seconds for the 200 meters. Herman at 17.4. Roger in now the fastest time, although it's early, 16.87. And Hansen at 17.11. Ladies and gentlemen, fast times ahead. They're fast now and will get faster all day long. Augie Herman in for the United States from Forest Lake, Minnesota, coached by Dave Cruikshank. Had a chance to meet Augie over the years, especially when he was in Innsbruck, Germany. Got caught up with them. Katie and Jim met them years ago. They've come up to Winnipeg and competed in the Roseville, Manitoba Exchange. Good to see them. Magnuson from Norway. Looks like he crosses the line, and Herman as well. So Augie Herman crosses the line first with a time of 1:10.7. Magnuson will be happy with that time, and so will the family back in Norway. 1:11.12 with a PB. Way to go, Christian. Here comes the second pairing. The skate comes across. And Antoine Roger with the season's best of 1:10.42. And Hansen in at 1:11.51. Second quartet in the inside lane from BC, Joshua Tellison. In the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Alberta, Paul Coder. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson.
Go to the start.
Okay, that was a really good start to the first quartet. Let's listen to starter Kim Ronberger right now.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Joshua Tellison, second fastest opener, although two quartets in from BC, 16.9. Zachary Lacroix, 16.96. Coder from Alberta clocks in his opener, 17.2. And Gibson, who came from the RBC training ground to switch over from other sports, a transfer athlete, 16.59, the fastest opener so far. And they will get faster. This is the 1,000-meter race, 2 1/2 laps around a 400-meter track, 13 meters wide, 1 to 1.5 inches deep, -7 degrees at the temperature at the ice level, but about +15, the temperature that the athletes are skating in right now. Welcome aboard for the 1,000-meter race here at the Oval Finale. Canada Cup 2 crossing the line as a pair of personal best. Joshua Tellison with a 1:09.48, and Lacroix, who cut his hair, but still remembers the Ron Duguay look, 1:10.26. PB for Lacroix and Tellison. Congratulations, gentlemen. Crossing the line with a PB, Gibson with 1:09.08, and a season's best, Coder at 1:10.08. Quartet number 2, great race. In the opening pair, the third quartet in the inside lane from Norway, Eric Roussel. In the outer lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. In the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. Excellent race in quartet
Go to the
number
start.
2. I'll go quiet here so everybody can listen to the start of this quartet.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening time, Brunet, who can lay down some very fast times in the first opener, 16.55. Eric Roussel from Norway, 16.67. Hello to the Roussel family, which is probably around 7, 8 o'clock at Norway time right now. Hope you're sitting down and watching your son race. Doyon from Saskatchewan with the fourth best opener, 16.7. And Hubert Marcotte, who's having a great season, 16.81. Marcotte came back from the University Games at Lake Placid with a couple medals in the team pursuit. And I think the mass start, but that one has to be confirmed. Eric Russell, Cedric Brunet, a Norwegian and a Canadian on the ice in the first pairing of quartet number 3. Here they go, cross the line, white and red armband. Season's best for Brunet with a 110.19 and Russell 110.50. In the screen, you'll see Droyan and Marcotte come out. Yellow armband for Doyon and matches Saskatchewan color. Here we go with a personal best of 108.51. And Hubert Marcotte 109.13 for a season's best. I hear the applause from those in the stands right now. Fast times ahead, quartet number 4 in the inside lane from Quebec, David Larue. In the outer lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Vincent Dahaitre.
Go
It doesn't
to the
take long
start.
for these guys to scoot around 2.5 laps. 107s, 108s, 109s. Here we go. Talk about armbands in a second.
Ready. Go to the start.
Cooper, get a headshot.
Ready.
And we're off. David Larue, 16:52 booking in the second fastest time. Yankun's out with the fastest, 16:38. Let's see if Eamon and Dahaitre can better that. Fast 4 skaters on the ice right now. Eamon, first place finisher. Podium finishes 3 times already this meet. Second fastest time, 16:04. Vincent Dahaitre, 17:03. These guys are setting a blistering pace. Cooper Eamon is having an exceptional meet. He's had 2 podium finishes so far. Won the men's 500 twice, actually. So let's see how he does in the men's 1,000. Yankun Zhao is having an outstanding season representing his country over in Germany. As he and David Larue cross the line, Yankun Zhao continue to pour on his personal bests. A 108.63. He's going to be very happy with that. And a 108.01 for David Larue. Cooper Eamon and Vincent Dahaitre. Cooper Eamon, another personal best. 108.23 and Vincent Dahaitre 108.50. David Larue's time, the time to beat so far. We now move to the fourth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Logan Toblin. And in the outer lane from Sweden, David Carlingshoe. In the inner lane of the second pairing from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki.
Go
Okay, it
to
looks
the
like
start.
Larue's got the time to beat, followed by My Eyes. You trust My Eyes? Yeah. Larue, Eamon, Dahaitre, Doyon, and Zhao. Those are the top 5 times.
Ready.
Let's see if any of these quartets can answer.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening to 200 meters, Carlingshoe from Sweden, 17.3. Toblin in at 17.53. Been a while since I met Carlingshoe, but he loves speed when he was asked what he loves about the sport. And this is a great distance for him. A 1,000-meter sprint. Laxton's opener, 17.52 and 18.01 for Kulbacki. Laxton had a tumble in the 500 meters. Unfortunately, just fell, slid across his back. I asked him what happened, and he said, he just fell. It happens. And they're exerting a tremendous amount of speed, and to head into those corners, they got to get low and hug those corners. Otherwise, if they come around the south corner, they'll end up in the skate shop. So they got to be very controlled with the speed. Here comes the first pairing now. Coming in, white and red armband, Carlingshoe, the season's best. Have a 111.74. Logan Toblin, 112.58. Coming into your picture right now is Laxton with the yellow armband. He'll clock in a 112.28, season's best, and Quebec a 112.84. We now move to the sixth quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupre. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Felix Larochelle. In the second pairing of this quartet, another Quebec skater. The inside lane, Raphael Cote, and Nathaniel Beveridge in the outer lane from the United States of America.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Zachary Dupre, representing his province at the Canada Winter Games, clocks in a 17:47 time in his opening 200 meters. La Rochelle also represented his province, 17:86. Here comes Raphael Cote and the fleur-de-lis colors with a 17:65. Also representing his province, and Nathaniel Beveridge, 17:96. Very close times indeed. Get a good look at the lap time as they head in, as what they call in speed skating tempo laps, rolling starts. We now know what their opener is. So you look at Dupre and La Rochelle, 26 and change for the lap times. Can they hold them? It's an all-out sprint. The 1,000 meters, 2 1/2 laps around. 26.8 and 27.7 for Beveridge. So it looks like Dupre, La Rochelle, and Cote are going to all have some very close times. Let's take a look. Crossing the line first with a personal best is 112.02 is Zachary Dupre. He'll be happy with that. And so will La Rochelle with 112.68. 2 PBs in the first pairing. Here comes Cote. His time should be fairly close to theirs. He'll cross the line at a 112.92, and it is Nathaniel Beveridge with a personal best of 115.75. We move to the seventh quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Andre Rasmus. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Caden Witowski.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Just for the record, in case you've joined us or you've been with me for a while, I'm actually going quiet at the start on the website so you can hear the start because the sound is plugged in. Plus, it actually takes sound away from my voice. Opening 200 meters, Holzer 17.68, Picard in at 17.94. So I want you to take in and the full experience of the race. So let me get this 200 meters. They're flying around. 17.05 Rasmus, 17.66 for Witowski. Rasmus representing his province of Alberta at the Canada Winter Games. Okay, we got Holzer and Picard, Rasmus and Witowski on the ice right now. Bell lap for both, finishing up right now. Here comes Holzer and Picard. 112.75 for Holzer. Picard, 114.84. That's a season's best. Whatever lane they start in is the lane they finish in. You can see the last pairing heads south, now east, and here they come out of the corner, heading north, right into the camera lens. Rasmus and Witowski. 114 for Rasmus. Witowski, 114.62. That's a season's best. In the 8th quartet in the inside lane from the United States, Matthew Somm. In the outer lane from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. In the inner lane from Quebec, Emile Huard. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Finley Tulloch.
Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, the false start. And so in quartet number 8. So what they'll do is the skaters will come back and we'll start it over again. If the second grouping false started, they would leave the track and wait for a lap or two to go around and then continue on. So they won't wait for the full race. If they can, they'll try and get the quartet going as much as possible. That's the first false start so far in 8 quartets.
False start,
Here we
inner
go.
lane.
Somm and Nielsen. An
Go
American
to the
and a
start.
Swede on the ice right now.
Ready. Go to the start.
Mom or dad?
Ready.
Opening time for Somm is 17:81. Oscar Nielsen, 17.9. Emile Huard and Finley Tulloch from Nova Scotia. 1773 for Huard and Tulloch from Nova Scotia, 1858. Speaking of Nova Scotia, I have two young ladies up here in the timing deck with me. I'll try and maybe weave them in a little bit as we get through the 1,000. There's just so much going on with quartet. Sydney Turple, who's 17 years old from Bedford, Nova Scotia, is related to volunteer Andrew Cross and his cousin to skater Sophia Cross. And Sophia's dad is Andrew. Andrew is a starter and a dedicated volunteer for the Alberta Speed Skating Association. And he's responsible for getting me a level 1 official status. And we'll come back to these two ladies shortly. Personal best for Matthew Somm at 1:13.93. That's a great time. Oscar Nielsen in a 1:16.63. We'll see Huard and Tulloch in the screen. Huard will cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:14.70. And Tulloch from Nova Scotia, 1:18.14. We now move to the 9th quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. In the second pairing of this quartet from Quebec, William Lafrancois. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Alex Wood.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Ninth quartet. If you've just joined us, of 18 in the men's 1,000 meters, the last 1,000 meters of the oval finale, Canada Cup 5, 2 meets squashed into one. Farquharson's opener is 17.88, Sutherland 20.25. Here comes Lafrancois at 17.9 and Alex Wood in at 19.93. I'm off the oval mic now. I'm chatting with you on the webcast. So up in the timing deck looking down at the ice, I have two young ladies, two teenagers, Sydney Turple from Bedford, Nova Scotia, and her cousin, Sophia Cross. Sydney is 17, Sophia is 16. You might know Sophia's name because she's a speed skater. And you might even know that I talked a little bit about her because she blew a skate last week on the south corner of the oval and slammed into the mats and sprained her ankle and is out for the season. We'll come back to them in a moment. Personal best for Farquharson with a personal best of 1:13.63. What an amazing time. And Sutherland 1:18.87. So we're going to see in the screen, here comes Lafrancois, and there he is with the yellow armband. He's going to cross the line with a personal best of 1:15.11 and a personal best from Alex Wood, 1:17.75. If I look up at the roof right now, I'm seeing personal best raining down from the Calgary Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. The 10th quartet in the inner lane from the Netherlands, Mark Witthagen. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee. In the second pairing of this quartet, we have one skater from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi.
Go to the
these two
start.
young women are cousins, and Sydney's from Bedford, Nova Scotia, and Sophia Cross is, I believe, from Lethbridge. Yes?
Ready.
Calgary? Oh, it is Calgary. Okay, I'm getting confused with another family. Okay. So from Calgary.
Go to the start.
And I mentioned about Sophia and her skating, and she had an injury, but not a severe one, which is great. And I didn't actually get back to everybody to say, well, how was she doing? And she's doing fine. And so Sydney and Sophia are cousins, and the reason Sydney is not in school right now is because she's on spring break. Mark Witthagen, 18:37, and Stephen Lee, 18:35. Here comes Angelozzi with the blue armband flying solo. Give him some cheers down the straightaway. Hard to do it in without a pairing. 18:98 for his opener. So I'm back off the oval mic, but back on the webcast. So, Sydney, you know I was in Nova Scotia, in Halifax, commentating and announcing for the Canada Winter Games. Have you skated at the oval at all? Yes? It's primarily a public facility, which is a legacy venue from the 2011 Canada Winter Games Halifax had. But I just want to tell you, Halifax is a beautiful city. Is it a suburb? Maybe I should get you on the air here. I'm going to ask you a few questions. When I get the opportunity, I'll do that. And then you can help me out a little bit about Nova Scotia. But I spent a week there and had a ton of fun. Mark Witthagen, personal best, 1:15.06. You can see by the body language of these skaters, they're obviously very happy. 1:16.60 for Stephen Lee from Ontario. Angelozzi is going to be challenged to get a PB because he's skating by himself. Got my fingers crossed that he does, crossing the line, the tip of his skate, 1:20.05. Hard to do just by himself. In the 11th pairing, quartet, I should say. In the inside lane of the first pairing from BC, Jack Hansen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Edouard Bouillot. And in the inner lane of the second pairing, all the way from Sweden, Arvid Carlingsjö. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off and running. Jack Hansen and Edouard Bouillot. Hansen's opener, 18:53. Bouillot, 19:17. Carlingsjö and Reel just kicked off their race as they head with a couple meters to go for their opening 200 meters. Carlingsjö, 18:08, and Reel, 18.7. Okay, I turned off the mic on the oval, but I just want to say hi to Sydney Turple. First of all, hello, Sydney.
Hi.
All you have to do is just speak into the microphone. So where is Bedford, Nova Scotia relative to Halifax?
It's like 25 minutes from downtown.
But Bedford is where you go to school?
Yeah.
And you play a couple of sports. What are they?
I play hockey and rugby.
And I ever thought of speed skating, by the way? Just saying, by the way.
I don't know. I think I'm a bit inspired by Soph and all the things she's done since she started speed skating. Seems like a pretty cool sport.
Well, we all have our sports and our loves. Let me go back and call this race, and we'll come back to you in a moment and then say hi to Sophia as well. Personal best in this first grouping, this pair in quartet number 11. Hansen with a personal best of 1:15.61 and Buljo in at 1:19.47. Personal best for Kallingsjö from Sweden, 1:16.09. And oh my, real clocks in a personal best as well of 1:18.31. Get your name on the ping pong balls as the draw will be tomorrow. Well done. Coaches are happy. Skaters are happy. The work is all worth it. In the 12th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing, all the way from France, Jimmy Jouet. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault. In the second pairing of this quartet from BC, Matthew Mitchell. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Chandra Dandra.
Go to the start.
Okay, let's watch and listen. Quartet number 12.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
In case you've just joined us, here we are, 12 of 18 quartets in the 1,000 meters. Up here in the timing deck, hanging out with Sky Guy is Sydney Turple and Sophia Cross, cousins. Sydney lives in Nova Scotia. Sophia lives in Calgary. Jimmy Jouet, opener, 1849, and Joseph Perreault, 1967. Matthew Mitchell, 1887 and 1918. Okay, so Sydney, we're off the oval. Mike, and I won't hold it against you if you don't speed skate. It's okay. What are some of the things you're going to be doing out here because you're visiting your cousins? Obviously, you're a tight family. What other things do you have in mind, and what have you done so far?
I went skiing in Lake Louise and at Sunshine, and I'm going to Edmonton tomorrow to visit Sophia's sister, Emma. And
Any trip to the mall at all?
I did go to the mall, and I'm going to the mall in Edmonton as well.
That should be a prerequisite. They've done a great job refurbishing that mall over the years. Jouet's personal best time, 1:15.72. Perreault in at 1:19.78. I am loving the personal bests that are raining down from the skies of the fastest ice in the world here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Built for the 1988 Olympic Games. Personal best for Mitchell, 1:18.12. And Chandra Dandra, PB, 1:19.42. In the 13th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing, Etienne Perron from Quebec. In the outer lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason. In the next pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Erica Kulbacki. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Olivier Landreville. I might have said
Go
Kulbacki
to the
was from
start.
Quebec. I meant Kulbacki's from Manitoba. I should know that. Kulbacki from Manitoba, Landreville from Quebec. Let's watch and listen.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Etienne Perron, 200 meters, 18.7. Mason, who's coming off an injury with a broken kneecap, injuring in short track from Ontario, 19.7. Kulbacki from Ontario, 19.16. And Olivier Landreville, 19.38. So I just spoke with Sydney Turple from Bedford, Nova Scotia, but I want to give her cousin some equal airtime. But Jason and Jennifer, the mom of Sydney, if you're watching, you have a lovely daughter. You've raised her well, and she knows how to handle an interview with Sky Guy. Sophia Cross, I've met you before. Love your dad. He's a big champion of the sport of speed skating, and he's encouraged me to keep going and get my level up. You were hurt last week. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the injury, the wipeout and the injury?
I'm not quite sure what happened. I think I just hit an edge. It was my fastest opener I've ever done, so I was definitely heading for a PB, which sucks, but I was going for a PB and don't think I know what I could have done with the speed, and I got an edge, went right into the boards. My foot got stuck in between two slices of concrete. My blade was stuck. The mat was on top of my ankle.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit more about that and controlling speed. Personal best for Etienne Perron at 119.62. Mason, 122.13. Kulbaki in at 121.83. And Longueville in at 123.61. Well done in the 14th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing. From Ontario, Camden Bete. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Braden Kramenek. In the second pairing of the inside lane from Quebec, Luca Sullivan. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, opening 200 meters for Bate, 1967. Kramenek at 19.6. Sullivan and Thomas are heading to complete their first 200-meter opener. Think of it as a runway on an airplane strip. That's the 200 meters before the plane takes off. 18:49, and then Thomas, that's for Sullivan, and 20.19 for Thomas. So, Sophia Cross, first of all, you're obviously going very fast. Controlled corners are probably your next level of development. Were you scared at all at the speed that you generated before you wiped out?
I don't think I was quite aware at what speed I was going until my coach came over to me and told me I was going for a PB, so.
Well, that happens, so at least you landed in the mats versus the skate shop, right through the mats. Are you enjoying speed skating?
Yes, I love speed skating. It's super fun. Lots of good friends, great coaches.
How long have you been speed skating now?
For about 6 years. I think this year was my 6th year.
Okay, we're gonna have a couple more questions when we come back after this race. Bate's time, 1:25.18. Kramenek, 1:22.43. In a moment, you'll see in the screen Sullivan. There he is, finishing up his race. Cameron Thomas now in the screen. Sullivan in for a 1:20.68 personal best. Congratulations, Cameron Thomas, crossing the line with a 1:27.57 time. In the 15th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane, from Alberta, Evan Boyce. And in the outer lane, from Australia, Darius Ashetti. In the second pairing, one skater only in the inside lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth. So, quick question for you before they line up. How much, given that your dad volunteers as an official, is it influencing you to go to the official route one day?
Definitely a lot. He always introduced me to everyone, which leads to everyone encouraging me to go to the route of being
Ready.
Awesome. Let's watch and listen.
Go to the start.
James Wigglesworth from Alberta.
Ready.
Evan Boyce and Darius Ashetti, a Canadian and an Australian on the ice. 1947 for Boyce, who prefers not to wear a skin suit cap. I asked him, and he says, I just don't like it. Well, good enough for me. Ashetti always wearing a smile on his face. His opening 200 meters in 1964, and Wigglesworth in at 20.54. Okay, back to Sophia Cross. Moving in the direction of officiating, I know you're doing some already. What's the types of officiating you have done, and what levels or level do you have?
I have my level 1 officiating and my level 2 in timers, and I definitely love track stewarding for short track, but I also have done quite a bit of different roles. The main one I've done was also runner, and I've tried starting a few times. Not my favorite, but I did it for my dad. And definitely track stewarding is up top.
Let me guess. Your dad's a starter, isn't he?
And you guessed right.
We're going to come back to Sophia in just a moment. Sophia Cross up here with Sydney Turple, cousins. and Turple from Nova Scotia, and Cross from Calgary, Alberta. Evan Boyce, 124.48. Darius Oshedi, 120.27. And James Wigglesworth clocks his 1,000 meters in at 123.17. 3 more quartets, ladies and gentlemen, and the speed is just about to get faster. And quartet number 16 in the inside lane from Taiwan, Tai Wei Ling. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Lemelin Bilodeau. And in the inside lane in the second pairing, from Ontario, Chris Homestead. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, although I don't see him there, Luca Beeman.
Go to the start.
Luca's scratched because he wants to save himself for the 10,000 meters, but I thought I'd give him some airtime anyway. Here we go. Wei Ling and Lemon and Bilodeau.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Tai Wei Ling from Taiwan, 17.07. Lemelin Bilodeau, 17.21. And then Homestead, 17.25. Now you might be wondering, because you know most quartets, about the third quartet to about the eighth quartet, you have the fastest times of the skaters. And you're going, well, hey, Sky Guy, hey, Bieber, why do you have some of the fastest times in the next 3 quartets? Is because these skaters never skated in the 1,000, the first 1,000, therefore never got the time for the meet. So according to speed skating bulletins, they move them to the back of the pack. That's just the rules of the game. Everybody knows that, and that's why you have slower skaters, faster skaters, then a little slower than the slowest, and then now we're speeding up again. Here we go, calling the end of the race. Tai Wei Ling, a 1:10.47 time. Lemelin Bilodeau, 1:11.35. LaRue's time, Eamon's time, and Dahatra time, not been challenged. Here goes Homestead, 1:12.42. And that completes quartet number 16. We now move to the second last quartet. In the inner lane of the first pairing from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. In the outer lane from BC, Nicholas Gulayev. In the inside lane all the way from Norway, Sondre Glesnet. And in the outer lane from New Zealand, Kieran Hughes.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Bon Lo clocks in his 200 meters at 17.96. Goliath from BC, 17.64. Glossnet and Hughes. We've got a Swede and a New Zealander. You couldn't be far enough away on the marble. Planet Earth, Hughes, 18.06 for his 200 meter. Glossnet, 18.19. So we're getting close, ladies, to the final 2 quartets. I want to thank you for taking an interest. Your dad or your uncle brought you over to hang out with Sky Guy and to see what happens behind the scenes. Sometimes we got a camera inside the timing deck because people know my voice, but they don't know what I look like. Now, because I've been around the Oval, they know more and more because I spend time with the kids. But we'll eventually get a camera up probably for next year, and so people can have an idea what goes on behind the scenes. Goliath's time, 1:13.33. I see a P and a B beside that. That's an acronym for a personal best. Congratulations. Low clocks his time in at 1:14.49. Here comes Hughes, all the way from New Zealand, not literally, but around the corner with a time of 1:13.40. And our Norwegian skater, Sondre Glesnet, 1:15.41. Winding up, the men's 1,000 meters is the final quartet. The 18th one in the inside lane on the first pairing from Switzerland. Matthias Nageli. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. And in the inner lane of the second pairing from Alberta, Liam Robinson. And in the outer lane from the States, Jersey Hitler.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Matthias Nageli's opening time 1909, Keegan Waddington 1867, Liam Robinson and Jersey Hitler are coming into their 200-meter time. Hitler's time is 1834 and Robinson's at 1837. I want to give another shout out to Matthias Nageli's family. Matthias and I had a good chat. The Nagelis, I know that you're at home watching right now in Switzerland. And your son puts a smile on my face because he's always wearing a smile. Sylvia and Marcus, a big hello from your son and a big hello from me to you. And I know he's close with his brothers Luca and Manuel. So if you guys are watching either live or you loop back at the webcast, just know that he's saying hello. And of course, don't worry, his girlfriend, Matthias, Katja. He definitely wants to say a big hello to you. So, Katja, hello from Matthias, your boyfriend, to you all the way from Canada to Switzerland. Let's call the final time of the race. Matthias's times, 1:17:04. Keegan Waddington, 1:16:51. Liam Robinson, time of 1:16:47. Rather, Hitler's time is 1:16:47, and Robinson, 1:19:88. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:07. And unless I hear differently, we're going to come back at 1:35 for 4 quartets of the women's 5,000 meters, followed by a very interesting setup involving Ted Jan Bloemen challenging some of the fastest times on fixed skates in a very dated Olympic skin suit. So lots of action left. I'm going back on the webcast for a moment because I want to talk with my guests up here in the timing deck. So, Sophia Cross, thank you so much for being here, and I wish you all the best with your officiating, but I suspect you've probably got a lot more skating in front of you ahead of your officiating career, correct?
That is very correct. Speed skating over anything.
Do you think, though, that learning about officiating would make you a better speed skater a little bit?
Oh, definitely. I get to learn exactly what to do and what not to do behind the scenes, get to know all the penalties by book. You would think that all the skaters know exactly what the penalties are, but which is completely incorrect. We honestly have to guess most of the time, but now seeing the rule books and seeing the people who are marking the penalties, it's really interesting to know exactly what causes the penalties, so I know what to avoid and what to go for.
One final question, what are your hopes and dreams with the sport of speed skating?
I really enjoy speed skating in the community, so anything really. I love speed skating, whether it's the Olympics in the future or a high competition. I want to continue doing it throughout university, so really keeping it as long as I can.
Well, you're very young. Well, I wish you all the best with your recovery of your injury, and I do know that champions are made in the off season, and mowing down your personal bests throughout the season are made in the off season. So I wish you all the best. And Sydney Turple, do you ever get tired of all this speed skating talk in the Cross family?
I don't think I ever do. There's always something to learn about it.
It's a fascinating sport. Well, I wish you all the best. When do you fly back?
Monday.
Well, have a great time with your cousin and cousin's family. And Andrew Cross, come on over here for just a moment. Andrew, first of all, I'm a big fan of you because you seem to be a big fan of me, so thank you very much. You give so much of your time and energy and expertise to the sport of speed skating. Where does that come from?
It really started a few years ago when I realized that there was a gap and somebody had to step up. So I took on the role of VP of Officials in Alberta, and it's been an amazing 3 years.
You had a level 2 official, I guess, starting clinic last weekend from speed skating parents from 4 provinces, I believe, at least, maybe 5. You and Blair Toblin. Tell me a little bit about that clinic.
We ran a 16-hour clinic, and it was here at the Oval. We had really a focus on both short and long track. So we had parents from, I think 44% of clubs in Alberta were attending, so it was a great representation. And it's really important that we get these officials going through the level 2 so they can support the ability level meets. So our young ones that are out there, they have the right officials for a sanctioned meet.
That's awesome. And speed skating parents, without us, and let's give ourselves a pat on the back, we're the glue that holds it together, especially at the club and the provincial. Without us, it doesn't happen. And here we are. We're speed skating dads. Tell me, have you fallen in love with the sport?
Oh, it's a great sport. Not only is it a great sport, it's a great community. You know, the people that we get to meet from coast to coast, when we travel to different parts of the country, they really become close friends and almost like family. So we're enjoying it. Next weekend, we're off to Saskatoon for Canada Youth Short Track. That'll be my last assignment of the year. And we're looking forward to seeing some great athletes and great skating.
What level are you at in terms of starting? Because you start quite a bit.
I'm a level 3A short track and long track starter.
And what levels are left, and what do you want to aspire to?
So the next level would be level 4, which would be ISU International. And you do have to specialize in either short track or long track.
Do you have a preference?
I do.
You're not committing right now, though, in this interview?
I'll keep that one to myself at this point in time. But I really enjoy both. And then you go off to a level 5. So you're following in Brad Bates's footprints if you make it to a level 5, and Marc Poulin, who are both there right now. And that's where you get the opportunity to go, to travel around the world, go to Europe, go to different parts of ISU events, and really get to see the best athletes in the world.
Okay, one last question. Do you speed skate yourself? Have you put on the long blades to try them out? What's going on in your speed skating career? And as Sophia, his daughter is laughing. Where are you at?
I think what we need to do, Greg, is we need a challenge. Maybe you and I will both get out there, put on the skates, and we'll see who knows it a little bit better.
As long as I can wear some hockey equipment, because I know I'm going to spend more time on the ice than above the ice.
I think we both look good in a skin suit, so let's go for it.
Andrew Cross, Sydney Turple, Sophia Cross, thank you so much for coming up on the time today. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And Wesley Lowe, who's looking at me, has got the video going, but he's keeping the webcast on. So if you happen to stick around after or not, and you will hear this when you play the loop back. So coming up is the women's 5,000 meters at 1:35. So that's going to be in, 23 minutes, I think, from now, if I've done my math correctly. We'll talk to you then. 1,000 meter men's races. Make sure we have Vincent de Hatre, Cooper Eamon, and David LaRue. I think I see our podium finishers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to present the podium finishes for the men's 1,000 meters. Their last 1,000 meters, I believe, before they head off into the offseason. With a time of 1:08.50. His second podium finish at the Oval Finale Canada Cup 5 from the province of Ontario, taking the third fastest time in the 1,000 meters. Give it up for Vincent de Hatre. His fourth podium finish so far in this meet from Nova Scotia with a time of 1:08.23. Say hello to second place finisher Cooper Eamon. And this next skater has the same infliction. He seems to like the podium, but this time he likes the first place position. He comes all the way from the province of Quebec with a time of 1:08.01. Give it up for the fastest 1,000 meter man today, David LaRue. David LaRue, Cooper Eamon, Vincent de Hatre, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations. Stay for a photo. Dustin Miller, lead of competition. I'm going to interview David LaRue in a moment. Congratulations, gentlemen. David LaRue from Quebec, four-time podium finisher. First of all, is your meet over or what's left?
I still have plenty of races. There's the 1,500 meter tomorrow, master and team sprint. So.
Okay, you got 3 more races. Obviously, to get to the podium, something's working for you. What is currently working for you right now?
I think I should just try to empty my mind while racing and just like let my body do what he can do. So.
Does that mean skate more relaxed than tensed up?
Yeah, totally like more relaxed and just like not thinking too much about like all the technical aspects. Just like let it go.
So how do you compare this race season with all the other race seasons so far in your short career?
It was a good season. I mean, I had a rough start to the season, like injuries, and the last couple of years has been hard this way, like for plenty of injuries. So I'm glad that I managed to come back to this level, and I think it's a good step to the upcoming seasons.
So what are some of your hopes and dreams? Let's give us one that you'll be looking forward to.
Well, a dream is to participate to the Olympics. That's for sure. Like I missed the last 2 by not a lot. So I'll be working toward that.
So next year then, what would be one of the stepping stones that you would tick off your list to say, I'm one step closer to my dream of being a Canadian Olympian?
Well, I'd like to podium in individual distances on the international circuit, that's for sure. So I'm going to work toward that.
And what are your favorite distances to race? Testing?
I think the 2015 are has always been my go-to races, but I've been enjoying the Master this year a lot. I didn't do a lot of them in the past few years, but this year I did all of them in Canada Cups and really enjoyed them. So
David LaRue from Quebec, congratulations for being the fastest 1,000 meter men's skater. I wish you all the best for tomorrow, and maybe we'll be back here having another conversation. Congratulations and all the best.
All right, thanks a lot.
David Leroux, everybody from Quebec, coming up the women's 5,000 meters at 1:35. 4 quartets for the 5,000 and 4 quartets for the 10,000. Lots of excitement yet ahead.
Test shot, test shot. Skaters, 2 minutes to start. 2 minutes to start.
Welcome back, everybody. 1:33. In 2 minutes, we're going to start the women's 5,000 meter race. 12 and a half, 1/2 laps around. We will have 4 quartets. I'll introduce the skaters in one moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the first quartet in the first pairing of the inside lane from Alberta. Isabelle Champagne in the outer lane from Alberta. Darby Beeson in the inside lane of the second pairing from Quebec. Emily Greenfeld. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. Good luck, ladies.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, everybody. We are in the first of 4 quartets. The women's 5,000 meters. Isabelle Champagne has an opening time of 23:32. Beeson in at 22:71. Greenfeld from Quebec 23:04, and Rachel Mallard 23:41. I'm going to go quiet in the oval, and I'm going to go live and ambitious on the website. If you want to follow me live, or you want to just check back at the webcast, check with me there. But some music for the skaters and a lot of chatter on the webcast. Well, if you've just joined us, we're in the long distance races for the women and the men, just starting. 4 quartets for the women, 4 quartets for the men. The men will do the 10,000 meters. The women will be doing 5. 5 is 12 and a half laps around. The men's is 25 laps around. It sounds like a daunting distance to me. And so I'm going to keep you company for the race. And the music that I play in the oval will keep the athletes company. They don't need to hear my voice for 12 and a half laps. Heck, you don't need to hear my voice for the next 12 and a half laps. All these skaters I've gotten to know, Champagne, Beeson, Greenfeld, and Mallard, all wonderful young ladies. Let me tell you a little bit about each of them. Champagne is a young rising speed skater, having a really good year. too young to try out for the junior national team, but next year she will. She seems to favor the middle distances, the 1500, the 3000. I suspect the 5000 will be in her wheelhouse too, more than a sprinter. Just a tremendous young woman who had a very good Canada Winter Games. So, Isabel came home with 3 medals, 2 gold in the 1500 and 3000, and a bronze in the mass start. She put a clinic on in the 3000. So if she's looking to make a statement to say, hey, this is a sport I want to participate and do really well in, she's done it. And I'd be very surprised, and Isabel, sorry, I don't mean to put any undue pressure on you, but I'd be surprised if the junior team went to Japan without you. How exciting, what an opportunity that is. But you know what? It's a clean slate every year. Everybody has to start from scratch. Anyway, I wish you all the best. And I'd love to get a chance to meet your family at some point. Darby Beeson is from Airdrie, Alberta, just a few minutes just north of Calgary, and I've gotten to know her. She went over to Insel, Germany, and competed in the Junior Worlds, and really had two great races over there, and set some personal bests. This kid has a lion, the heart of a lion, and she's able to find another gear when you think that the race is over, and the lactic acid and the fatigue has won out over her, and so it's hard to pigeonhole her right now or in terms of a particular distance. So she races all races and does very well. I would say more the longer distances, middle to long, but it's still early. She came from inline and represented her province at short track in Alberta at the Canada Winter Games. Emily Greenfield is a personality plus, 2 medals at the Canada Winter Games, a mass start and team pursuit. Definitely a long distance skater, no question. I think getting to know her, I think she's got sort of a propensity to be a coach. I think she's got the knack. But, she's only, I think, 19 or 18 or 19, so it's a little early to start putting a stake in the ground to be a coach. But nonetheless, that's just my opinion, and just a fun young woman to be around who really enjoys speed skating. And again, longer distances are her favorite. Excuse me, the Mallards. Well, they're synonymous with speed skating. In fact, Bob Mallard and Liz, and Mom Liz, they have 2 daughters, and Claire Mallard, and you, I'm sure, heard these names before, Claire Mallard and Rachel. Rachel. It's almost like you have a bunch of juniors on the track right now, teenagers. Anyway, Rachel Mallard is from Ontario, and the Mallard family is from Ontario, and they just obviously love skating. And I think Rachel favors the longer distances. I think she favors the 3,000 more than anything, but the 5,000 is. It's in her wheelhouse because it's more long distance. She goes to University of Calgary. And she's taken neuroscience of all things. Must be really smart. And she ticked off one of her goals, which was to go to the Canada Games. And her and her sister Claire are very tight, and I'm not surprised. So that's the Mallard family. So that's a little bit about the skaters that are wearing these skin suits that look like, as I said the other day, the menacing missiles, I think is how I referred to them. And I hear a bell lap for Champagne and Beeson. So let me go live at the Oval, and you get to hear it on the webcast as well. I want to read you a poem, actually. Somebody wrote regarding some of my commentary, but I'll do that in one of the quartets, men's or women's. Isabel Champagne and Darby Beeson in the final 100 meters. Everything they got. This is a very close race between Beeson and Champagne. Champagne is going to cross the line first at a 7:46.45. That's a personal best. And Beeson, 6:46.67, 0.2 of a second apart. What a great race for Champagne and Beeson. Now Greenfield and Mallard very close as well. Greenfield and Mallard pushing every stride, obviously fatigued. Greenfield crosses the line with a season best of 7:55.75, and Mallard in at 7:56.62 for a personal best. We now move to the second quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from BC, Kirsten Hagen. In the outer lane from Quebec, Laurie Caillé. In the inside lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Cartier.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Laurie Caillé, 21.81. Hagen 22.34. Mallard in at 22.35. And Leila Cartier in at 22.57. So Hagen and Cartier, BC and Quebec. Kirsten Hagen from Burnaby, BC, 25 years of age, been skating 19 years, I guess started at the age of 6. 19 years. Her brother introduced her to the sport, and she loves the longer distances. She loves the 3, and she loves the 5. And so here she goes. She's in the 5,000 meter race, and one of her hopes and dreams, as there many skaters have, is they'd like to make the Olympics. She goes to the University of Calgary, taking ecology. I think there might be something to do with Parks Canada in there as well. I've met her, a tremendous personality, Kirsten. And she's got a love of coaching, so she's already starting to coach skaters. Got about 10 skaters. I think they're masters, actually. Did I get that right, Kirsten? And you see Christina Lazarescu in the coach's box, and that's her coach. She's had a number of coaches, but 25, so you tend to have quite a few the older you get. Laurie Caillé, who I met in Winnipeg at Canada Cup 3. This is one of her favorite races, the 5,000 meters. And Chantel, if you're watching, as I mentioned, I think it was yesterday or the day before, she gives you a shout out. So I'm happy to do a shout out again. Happy to be that. I think that she's studying to become a nurse, Laurie Caillé. And so we always can do with more nurses. So at some point, a athletic career comes to an end and another career starts, and she's positioning herself for that. But hopefully not too early, because she's only 22 or 23. Now, Claire Mallard, she's in the second pairing, and her sister, it would be her younger sister, Rachel, was in the earlier quartet, the first quartet. Again, the Mallard family, what can I say about them? It's they're from Ottawa. She's been skating a dozen years. She likes the 3,000 meters, but here you go. She's doing the 5,000. She, when I asked what she would like to do with her speed skating career, she just says more like go with the flow, see where it can take her. So Ed and Marilyn from Ontario and Judith and David from the UK. I've said hi to you before on behalf of Claire. There you go. Another hello. Christine is also her coach, so I'm not sure actually who's coaching Claire and who's coaching Kirsten. I'll have a better look. Kirsten's wearing the white armband. Let's see on the backstretch. And Layla Cartier finally caught up to her. I think she was in Winnipeg. Been skating for about 15 years. She loves the 3,000. But here she is competing with the 1,000 as you look on the screen and see Claire Mallard. Sebastian Bouillot is coaching Layla. You see some encouragement by one of her teammates. That's for Laura Kaye. But Layla Cartier, she was raised in New Brunswick. She was born in Quebec, raised in New Brunswick, and now lives back in Quebec. And she moved there to train. She wants to speed skate more and go to school, so she's going to Laval. International relations and modern language is what she's taking. So Layla looks like she's going up the education route. As you see, Laura Kaye head into the screen, followed by Kirsten Hagen. And then you see there's Layla with the blue armband. And she wants to give a shout out to her mom and dad. So Claudine and Louis Jacques, if you happen to be watching, your daughter Layla says hello and thank you for everything. As you look at the coaches, I see Todd McClements, Sebastian Bouillou, I think Marc-Andre Poudry Michaud, man with 4 names, and Christina Lazaresco are the 4 coaches rather. So there's like 8 souls on the ice right now. We're coming up with 2 laps to go for the first group. You can see Laura Kaye lap time. So obviously she's, out of the 4 skaters on the ice, she's going to have the fastest time. That's what you want to do after you get the 200 meters. You want to get up to speed to a certain lap and then see if you can hold it. As you watch Claire Mallard come down the inside lane of the straightaway. There's Laura Kaye right now. I think she's going to get a bell lap here. And she does. So she's setting the fastest time so far. And you can tell by the lap times. They do make it. A second makes a difference. 2 seconds makes a difference. Lap time for Kirsten Hagen. So can you imagine what these skaters are feeling right now as Claire Mallard comes into the screen? They're exhausted. Bottom line is they're exhausted. Although Laura Kaye looks fairly fresh as she comes out of that corner. Everything she's got. Let me call this in. Laura Kaye with a great race, keeping her lap time nice and tight and low at a 7:19.89. Hagen now crosses the line with a season's best of 7:28.26. Kaye lays down a 7:19.89 time. PB for Kaye, season's best for Hagen. Claire Mallard down the straightaway with the last few meters to go to finish up her 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps around. She'll be happy with that, a 7:34.41 with a personal best. Gotta love PBs. They're sweet when you get them, but they're bitter when you try and achieve them. Layla Cartier crossing the line with a time of 7:52.56, and that is a personal best for Layla Cartier. We now move to the third quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Laura Hall. In the outer lane from Quebec, Roseanne Grenier. In the inside lane from BC, Abigail McCluskey in the second pairing. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Madison Pearman.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Hall, 21.5. Roseanne Grenier, 21.98. McCluskey in a 20.82 and Perriman in a 20.84. Now they settle in for the rest of the 12-lap race. Well, 4 formidable skaters on the ice right now in Hall and Grenier, McCluskey and Perriman, synonymous with female long track speed skating in Canada. The Hall family from Salmon Arm, BC. Laura has a brother named Daniel, and he obviously skates. Mike Hall, coach. Hall, both Halls actually are long distance skaters, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. Laura Hall has set a couple of track records that I'm aware of, one in Winnipeg and one in Lake Placid this year. She is a student now. This would be her first year as a University of Calgary biomedical engineering student. And Laura would love to make the Olympics one day. I just happen to think that she will, given the trajectory of her career. I mean, anything can happen in the sport of speed skating, as I'm often told. At the end of the day, you never know what's going to happen, but great career so far. Her pairing with Roseanne Grenier is a little older. She's around 23, 24 years old. Loves the middle to long distance. So 1,500, 3,000, 5,000 for Roseanne Grenier. Just loves that. Sabrina Lapointe has coached her. Munsi Fuadi now coaches her. She's got a really good attitude. She just loves to go with the flow and see where this sport takes her. She has no sort of specific, I want to do this, I want to get there. You see Munsif in the coach's box with a hat, glasses, and a beard. Caleb Mueller is her partner or boyfriend and wanted me to give a shout out to Caleb. Caleb was here. Caleb got a podium finish, first place in the men's 5,000, so he's a long distance as well. Take a look at the lap times. And you see Hall's and McCluskey's very close together. And you see Roseanne Grenier and Madison Perriman's lap times close together. The idea is to get up to a lap time, get to a speed that you're comfortable with, and then hang on for dear life to hold that lap time. Obviously, with each lap, you're going to get more tired, or with each cluster of laps. They know to a second. They know to a second what their race is going to end up with based on their lap time. Abigail McCluskey, I've talked a lot about her, absolutely loves speed skating. Just loves. I talked to her earlier today. And I said, well, what race do you favor? And she says, I love them all. I just want to race. You just want to race, and you are. So here's the 5,000 meters. Loves to bake, loves animals. He's got a dog named Walter, which is the size of a small pony. And, I've got to ask her about this, actually, because in a bio I saw years ago, one of her pre-competition race routines that she used to puts a new set of laces in her skates each and every time. Now that might be, she might have worked through that or not worked through it, but she might stop doing that. But I don't know. I'm gonna find out. But anyway, a likable soul, Abigail McCluskey, the pride and joy of Penticton, BC, doing what she loves. Maddie Perriman, who I've gotten to know, or Madison Perriman, has fulfilled a dream of hers to be an Olympian, and I think that she wants to go to the next step and win an Olympic gold. And, well, she loves the 1,000 meters, and maybe even the 15. She's decided to go in the 5,000 and obviously a test of endurance. There's Madison in the blue armband. Right behind her is Laura Hall. Madison wouldn't be considered a 5,000 meter distance skater. When I think of Madison, I think of the 1,000 or the 1,500. And I think she would too. She works on her technical cues and mental prep. This is a young woman that walks into her room and lights it up. Gotten to know her family, Shauna Hicks. There's some roots back to Winnipeg. Her father, Myron Pearman, is a legendary starter. They've got a huge cattle operation up in Ponoka. I'd love to go up and have a look at it. Her mom introduced her to the sport because her mom was a skater along with. There's about 7 or 8 women that stay in touch today after their skating careers about the ages of these young women right now. And who knew about Ponoka? It's got a center. I think we've got a Bell Lap coming up here, and we do. It's got a Centennial like a mental and rehab center. I think they refer to it actually as a mental hospital and rehab center. And brain injury is what it is. Rehab and brain injury, second largest, I think it's known for that. I was about to place it, but actually, what I was going to say is they have the second largest rodeo in Canada. So that's Alberta country up there, but awesome with a rehab and center and brain injury. That's so cool. Anyway, here comes Hall. Let me call this in. Laura Hall's race is complete with a 7:07:23 time. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. Here comes Roland Grenier, and she crosses the line with a time of 7:24 for a season's best for her. Personal best for Abigail McCluskey, 7:09:12. You could tell by the lap time she was getting there. PB for McCluskey, congratulations. And Pearman comes in at a time of 7:25:98. PB, she wanted a PB. She got one. In the fourth quartet, the last quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Laurence Paquette. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Rania Etsi. In the inside lane from the United States of America, Rebecca Simmons. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindquist.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Paquette, 23:41. Ranietzi, 22:91. Rebecca Simmons, opener 22:78, and Lindquist in at 22:67 as they now settle in with a bit of music as I head onto the webcast and call the end of the race when it happens. Welcome back, everybody. These are long races. Just want to keep you company throughout the races. Most of the time, we'll talk a little bit about, or a lot about, I guess, the skaters. I'm doing everything I can to get to know most of the skaters in person. They help provide a little bit of information at registration. We have a Quebec or a Canadian skater and a Swedish skater in the first pairing, and an American and a Swede in the second pairing. I know little. I've not met Laurence Paquette and Rania Etsy. A little bit about Paquette, though. She was introduced to the sport like many skaters. Either watched World Cups or mostly the Olympics. So that's when the magnifying glass gets shined on the sport. And she just loves, everything about the sport and getting to know skaters from around the world. And apparently she likes cats. So, Laurence, I guess you like cats. So that's kind of cool if you're a cat person. Etsy, I've met some of her teammates, or two of them. I've met Anne-Marie Lindquist, who I'll talk a little bit about. And there was another one I'd met late yesterday, Tina Svensson. Talk a little bit about them tomorrow, or at least Tina, Rania. So, Rania, I look forward to meeting you, and along with Rebecca Simmons, I've not yet met. What can I say about Anne-Marie, though? Anne-Marie Lindquist is 25. She's from Gothenburg, Norway. Been skating about 16 years. And so down goes Paquette. But is she going to get up and keep going? We're about to find out. She's going to stay out of the way of Rebecca Simmons. Simmons sees her, will go give her some wide space, and Paquette's going to call it a day. She's going to head off. So she's wearing the white armband, and not a great ending to the race. Sorry to see that, Laurence Paquette. Something happened, caught an edge, I guess, and down you went. So there's always a next race. It happens to the best of the skaters. So Rania Etsy will finish this race by herself. And then Rebecca Simmons and Anne-Marie Lindquist, they continue to skate on in this 5,000 meters. So let me tell you a little bit about Anne-Marie. I met her and Tina Svensson at the guest services desk and got to know them a little bit. It was a very interesting story because I asked them, who their coach was. And they don't have a coach. I guess some things happened in Sweden where some funding was cut and resources got slim. And so they flew Anne-Marie and Tina Svensson, and I think some others, flew over here on their own nickel to train and compete at the Grand Prix CC4 and Oval Finale CC5. But they are getting coached by the Norwegian coach who's helping out. They are neighboring countries. And he's helping out, Arna. And so he's doing, and I've talked to some skaters, and it's a very different feeling to come to a meet and not get coached, even to a level of encouragement or to talk strategy, let alone not having your own coach there. There is, I'm not sure how many coaches here, maybe 20 coaches, let's say, 15 to 20 coaches, and every single coach to a coach will help each other out if asked. That's just a community. They're servants. They're like teachers. They're here to help, coach and mentor. And you can see Arna with the ball cap and the light sort of beige sweater, holding up the numbers of the lap time for her. So anyway, I had a good chat with Anne-Marie. She loves the 1500, so she gets 3 1500s and a 500 right now in the 5,000 meters. You can see her in the, well, this is actually, I think what we're seeing here is this is, I can't tell who that is. I think that's Anne-Marie, actually. The blue armband on the blue background of her skin suit gets camouflaged. So it's, anyway, so she's a lawyer, actually. Anne-Marie's a lawyer, and she doesn't want to go into full law just yet because she loves being an athlete. And she's doing some work in law. And but yeah, no, seemed really educated to me. And it was a delight to talk to her. Now, in Norway, I'm guessing it's 10 p.m., give or take 1 hour. She does want to give a shout out. So I know there's a good chance her mom and dad, her sister, might be watching either live, meaning right now, or they'll circle back on the web and watch her race. It's not too late in Norway. One of my colleagues, by the way, I work with is in Oslo, Norway, playing hockey. And they're in the playoffs. He's won the first round. I wish I knew the name of the team. I'll find out and share with you. Bell lap goes on. But anyway, mom and dad, it's Christiane and Peter. Anne-Marie says hello and tight with her two other sisters, Joanna and Sophia. She says hello. And yes, Oscar, she hasn't forgotten about you. Her boyfriend, she definitely wants to say a big hello back to Oscar. So that's the Lindquist family. As we see Ronja Etsi from Norway finishing her 5,000 meters. Etsi with a season's best, 8:07, 8:05:37. Here comes Simmons. She crosses the line with a time of 7:59:59. And Anne-Marie Lindquist with the blue armband. You can see it's hard to see because it's camouflaged with the outfit. Her last few strides heading in to the finish line and crosses the line with a time of 8:20:46, and that will be her season's best. So that completes the women's 5,000 meters. It's 10 minutes after 2. Unless I hear differently, we're having the men's 10,000 meters at 2:30. It's 2:35, ladies and gentlemen, 2:35. The men's 10,000 meters, 4 quartets coming up. We'll look forward to coming back and talking to you then.
Test shot. Test shot. I know.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, let's just try.
Okay, we're ready.
Test shot.
Okay, we're good.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start of racing.
Two-minute warning to the final race of day 3. The 10,000 meter men's race at the Oval Finale Canada Cup 5. 25 laps around a 400 meter track. You'll want to be watching the lap times of the racers to see what speed they get up to and how they can hold that lap time. I'm going to be on the webcast once I call the opening part of the race. "25 laps. Some of these racers are nervous, and I don't blame them. But they're also competitors, and they'll rise to the occasion. We'll see times anywhere from the 13 to the 16-minute race. Let me introduce the first 4 skaters in the first quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Jonah Hutebus. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Wieman. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Poland, Norbert Piekielny. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. Good luck, gentlemen. See where the start is? Right where it ends.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Okay, opening lap time. For Hutebus, 37.5. Luca Wieman, 39.21. For Piekielny, his opening 400 meters, 37.48. Hathaway, 37.3. As they now all settle in for this race, establishing a lap time and then holding it. I see Chris Wieman in the coach's box. I think I see Sebastien Boulieu in the coach's box. Todd McClements in the coach's box. And Marc-Andre Boudrier-Michon. 8 skaters, 8 coaches, 25 laps. I'll throw on some tunes and go on the webcast. So we got some time together. We've got some time together. I don't know these 4 skaters other than Luca Wieman really well, and I don't have enough material to talk for 16 minutes or 15 minutes for Luca. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this opportunity to talk about 1,000 different things. I guess I don't have to talk at all. And you can throw on some music and pretend you're actually at the Oval. Or you can hang out with me. I got 1,000 things I'd like to share with you. I think the first place I want to share with you is as we watch these 25 laps unfold. And watch the lap times. And that's absolutely the key. The strategy is keeping those lap times around. You're going to see 32s, 33s, 34s, 35s. When you see Tidjane Bloemen coming up in quartet number 3, although he's not wearing clap skates, and that's a whole story I'll be talking about. He's wearing fixed skates. But when he's wearing clap skates, he's keeping those times around 28, 29 seconds. That's quite a difference between where these skaters are at currently in their career, where Tidjan Bloman, a former world record holder, gold medalist in the 10,000 meter, resides and still does at the age of 37. It's quite a story. But what I want to do is I want to acknowledge all the people behind the scenes that make this meet work. And any speed skating parent knows that if they put on a short track or long track event for their club, for their province, there's just a lot of work to be done. A lot goes into it. Meet coordinator is Greg Plenert. His job is to make sure everything runs smoothly. He's been doing it for years, and so it's always tweaking. But Calgary, and there's been 18 events, run always very smoothly, for the most part. I mean, I have nothing other than our local clubs and provincial events, what I have to compare it to, but we have technology and support a higher tech supporting cast. But the local clubs and the local provinces, or the provinces, are learning to develop that as well. So a big shout out to Greg Plenert. The referees today, and there's a whole whack of them. Philip Marois from Quebec, Andrea McIntosh from BC, Dave Thompson from Alberta, Werner Meyer from Alberta, Mark McGee from Alberta, Jackie Shoebridge from Alberta, Rona Hathaway and Eureka Boyce also from Alberta. Do you ever wonder what a referee does? Well, let me tell you. First of all, the chief referee is responsible for all aspects of the meet, from the moment they arrive to the moment they leave. They've got to be familiar with all the rules, and if they don't know them, where to find them and how to apply them. But they're also the final authority in all decisions, except starting decisions, basically. But the powers they have is they can penalize referees or advanced referees, I guess, in the case of short track. They can change the program around. They can overrule some other officials, although there might be some exceptions. They monitor the ice, schedule breaks. They work, I think in this case, they work alongside Greg Plenert for the meet coordinator. I guess the bottom line is the chief referee, along with the assistants, they basically have complete control over the entire competition. And they look for impeding collisions, kicking out. They don't like when a skater comes over the line and kicks their skates out. They don't like that. Missing equipment or improper equipment or a foul in a race. And so these are the things they look for. No skaters really do any of this intentionally. Now, you might even see a skater, we saw it yesterday in the women's 3000, where they forgot to change lanes. Well, that's a disqualification. So the referees call those. That's what referees do. They're needed. And they do a great job. Our starters, well, the two starters that are looking after this meet for all 4 days is Marc Poulin and Kim Fraunberger. Marc Poulin is starting all the women, and Kim Fraunberger is starting all the men. So Kim would have started this group. Brad Bates is a legend in the world of starting, and he hangs out and starts. It's weird, they have these rules that at age 60 they age out for long track. I believe for long track. Now, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. So, heck, somebody can correct me if anything I say is wrong as I learn more about the sport. But get this, there's 25 international starters, long track starters in the world. Marc Poulin is one of them. He's got one more year, or this is the final year. At age 60, you age out, and you can't do it anymore. Brad Bates, who's in his early 60s, he can't do it anymore. So he's happy to help out. But I think the age for short track, correct me if I'm wrong, is 70. I'm not quite clear on that, especially the way the world is. We're living longer, healthier. Anyway, that's the rules. But, to attain those kind of levels, and, there are some other officials. I talked to Andrew Cross. He would love to do that. He's a young man, and he would love to attain international referee status. Anyway, where was I going with this? Marc Poulin starting for the women, Kim Fraunberger for the men. Big shout out to them. Brad Bates helping them out, mentoring. Their officials, Jason Bate, his son Camden is in from Ottawa, skating. And he's shadowing some starting. He's done some starts, actually. That's the best way. So Jason Bate, who's a speed skating, we're all speed skating parents in the volunteer, at least when our kids go through, and then eventually we age out, but some stick around. Anyway, Jason Bate is contributing to his club and also learning starting. You think anybody could start? Not at all. And what a starter really is responsible for is for fair starts for the athletes and to look after all the assistants. What do they look for? My understanding is sort of three things. Movement on the line. They don't want any movement. You got to be still like a wax museum figure. Sometimes skaters take their sweet time getting down low. Starters don't like that. That's a false start. And if their skate blade, their tip is over the line. So, it's always recommended that the skaters have their skate back an inch or two, or a centimeter, a couple of centimeters anyway. Don't want that risk. The skaters, when they're on their line, they're fired up. They're not fully there because they're so focused on their race. Anyway, those are the starters. Up here in the timing deck, we've got Greg Plenert, the meet coordinator, John Little, our IT specialist, and Dustin Miller, who's in charge of team lead and competition. He's my boss. Don Brown, Leslie Cassidy are on results and electronic timing. Robert Armstrong was on video and YouTube streaming. Photo finish, I should say. And he's been here all day. Video and YouTube streaming. Eugene Ewan was here Thursday, Friday. Wesley Lowe is here today. I don't think, Wesley, are you here tomorrow? Wesley gives me a horizontal head nod. He's not here tomorrow. Let's have a look at the lap times. Look actually fairly close, don't they? Who's got the lowest lap time right now? Norbert, our Polish skater, actually. But very, very close indeed. We have paramedics on site. You have to have paramedics for any sanctioned meet. Avinash Budini and Ken Boniface are our paramedics. So those are, and then we have track stewards. I don't know who the track stewards are, but I want to talk about that role. That's a big role for those. I mean, we were talking with Sophia Cross earlier, and I think she's a level 2 track steward, a young girl who wants to skate, but is introducing herself to the sport through speed skating. Now, there's no doubt that she's going to follow her dad's footsteps as an official, not as a skater, because I think Andrew's in the same camp as me. I think Andrew's probably a better skater than with long blades on anyway. But track stewards are on the ice or near the ice, and they're responsible for maintaining the track. They replace any markers that get kicked off. They make repairs. I think the track stewards for long track might be members of the Ice Meisters team, but in short track, they're much more active in putting water down, using the squeegee, keeping it safe, fixing repairs, putting the markers back when they get kicked out, or there's wipeouts. But these are all roles inside of speed skating that people can volunteer for. And, if you're starting out, if you're a speed skating parent and your child is starting to skate, why don't, do one of those, or clerk, which is help marshal kids in and out of. You'll start to learn, you learn people in the community, and you learn the sport, and you learn when your role is. And then eventually, as your child moves through the time of being a speed skater, then you can take on higher roles. So what's going on the ice right now? I've been talking a little bit about giving a shout out to all the people behind the scenes that make this work. Oh, you need an announcer. That's me. As you see right now, you've got Luca Veman. And behind him is Joshua Hathaway. Hathaway looks like he'll pass Veman. Good thing I'm not on the oval mic to let him know. So in the first pairing of this quartet, Jonah Hutebus is no longer racing. I didn't see what happened. You see Hathaway catching the draft of Veman right now. Not sure how close it is. He can do that for a while. But eventually he's got to pass him, unless he can't, because he's tired. But there are some rules that you can benefit from the draft, but you can't benefit for the entire race. I saw that happen at the Canada Winter Games, actually. I saw that in the men's 5,000 meters, where one skater was drafting another, similar to what I'm seeing here, and did it for a couple hundred meters, and that was fine, but 700 meters later, it was obvious that he was catching the draft. I think Hathaway is really just tired and not using the draft to get around him. Otherwise, he would have already gone past him. Crossing the line with a personal best is Norbert Pekelny with a time of 13:49. Veman crossing the line 14:19 with a time. And Joshua Hathaway with a 14:05 time. These skaters will be glad this race is done. 25 laps around. Congratulations. We now move to the second quartet in the inside lane from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. In the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Quebec, Amy Perreault. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. We're going to have a pause at the start. I heard some chatter over the box. All right, I think we're good to go.
Go
Paul and
to the
Simpson to
start.
kick off the first pairing of quartet number 2.
Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back, everybody. If you've gone away on the webcast and come back, or in the Oval, you've been here all day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting your loved ones. We're in the second of 4 quartets in the men's 10,000 meters, a daunting 25 laps around a 400-meter track. Daniel Hall on the ice right now with an opening lap time of 37:33. Simpson in at 38:38. Amy Perreault from Quebec, 37:52, and 37:27 for Orlowski. Those lap times now will come down before they will go back up because it's from a standing start. The whole strategy behind a race is get up to speed to a lap you're comfortable with and hang in there. If you look in the northwest corner to see all the yellow numbers, there's are your lap times, and keep an eye on them. I think you already are, as this is a highly educated speed skating group inside the Oval. So I'm going to put the music on and go back on the webcast. Okay, so I spent some time talking about the people that make this event work. And then I talked a little bit about the roles that are involved, especially if you're a speed skating parent, you're already volunteering. Thank you so much. If you're a speed skating parent, you're just starting out, oh, it's awesome. Some of the happiest people I know are always doing something for somebody or something, giving of your time. The speed skating volunteers, the parents, we're the glue that keep it together in our clubs and in our province. It's a little different when you get into levels like this where there are people who have careers that support the event. in Manitoba, there might be 27, 28 volunteers. And you know what you know what the most fun is for a Saturday, Sunday meet is the food. Everybody brings food. And boy, we just can't wait for lunch break. The hot chili on a cold Winnipeg Saturday or Sunday, because we're outside. When I announce I'm outside, I'm not inside. I don't want to be inside. And, the manual timers, the starters, the referees, the clerks, the track stewards, we're all outside. And it's not plus 15 inside indoor conditions. And so it's a different setup, a different group of people, different roles. So I'm encouraging you, if you're listening, to give it a shot. Go hang out, especially if your son or daughter is just starting out. I think you'll really enjoy the speed skating community. Universally, we're a well-loved community. Andrew Cross had just sent me a text saying, yes, it's correct, it's 70 for the short track. And it's not 65. It is 70 and 60 for long track. I don't make the rules, but I can say that doesn't, maybe they're making room for other officials. Maybe that's probably the reason. They're always regenerating officials. There are only 25 of them. And Andrew, I hope that in your starting career that you get the opportunity to go to Heronveen one day, or go to Inzel, or go to Poland or Norway, or even a World Cup stop in Calgary and get a chance to start. Jason Bate said he got a chance to start to Connor Howe. And he said he was really nervous. Connor would probably find that interesting. Connor was on the level 1 clinic, Andrew, that you put on. And what a gentleman. He's from, not Cochrane, Alberta. He's from the one town closer to Louise. Yeah, he's from Canmore. That's right. Robert Armstrong clarified that for me. And Connor spoke highly of the volunteers and thanked all of us for the work. Look, his job's to train and race and go fast, and he's representing our country. He's only 23 years old. A lot of times, the skaters don't really develop and mature and get to their fastest times to their late 20s, maybe even early 30s. Maybe I should talk a little bit about that too, because that's on my mind, especially from the perspective of a speed skating dad. But I'll get there in a moment. So anyway, starters, timers, clerks, track stewards, referees, runners, results, electronic timers. Everybody bringing the food. Everybody contributes. Most fun we have is connecting, and it feels really good to put on an event with a group of 25 or 26 to put it on. And I know in our province we can handle national events. We've done youth, we've done Canada Cups, we have done provincial championships, of course. Anyway, we just got a community that loves to do it, and we're not alone. Red Deer's like that, Saskatchewan's like that. I'm sure there's a ton others. Anyway, I'll get off that train. I got that off my chest. Do you ever wonder what kind of racing goes on in long track speed skating? Just in case you're wondering. It's primarily individual distances. There is some other kinds of events. So distances are 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 3,000, 5,000. You're watching the 10,000. And then you have team events, 2 team events like team sprint, which is 3 skaters going around. And after each lap, 1 skater falls off. So after 1 lap, there are 2 skaters. And then the next lap, 1 skater. So 3 skaters, 3 laps. Fastest time for those 3 skaters. Team pursuit, which can be 4 skaters or 3 skaters, depending on the meet. For the women, it's generally, I believe it's 6 laps. And the men, it's 8 laps. Then you have the mass start. And I'm just referring to long track. I know that it's different there's some short track. They might have relays and mixed relays and different distances. And then the mass start. And the mass start, in my opinion, in the last few years has taken on a life of its own and has gotten more fun, more entertaining. They put in new rules where the skaters can't, for a 16-lap race, they can't drift for 14 laps and turn it into a 2-lap race. There's points up for grabs. So those are the long track distances. Individual distances, team distances. So that's a little bit about long track. And of course, the venues themselves, I counted 39 outdoor venues. I don't know if you heard me say this morning, or do you know how many long track competitions there are in the world, or has been since July? Well, it's probably close to, I didn't count every one of them, but I went through them all page by page. Speedskatingresults.com, long track competitions. There's about 1,300 of them. 1,300. Are we taking a look at the lap times as they go around? All these skaters seem to like these distances. Hall is a distance skater, so is Simpson. Simpson's, but he loves the 1,500 too. What do you think about for 25 laps? Hall has had a good year. He takes home the silver medal from the World Junior Long Track Championships in Insel, Germany. Had a 50-meter sprint at the end with Lukas Stekli from the Czech Republic, who's actually competing here this weekend, was last weekend anyway. And so he likes the 3,000 and the 5,000. Obviously, testing himself here. They're all testing themselves. Orlowski's a long-distance skater, loves the 5,000, but he's testing himself here in the 10,000. Hey, Kathy, by the way, Kathy Orlowski, your son says hi, and he wants to thank you for everything that you've done and all your support. If you happen to be watching at home, live, or if you've circled back at some point to watch your son put himself through some grueling physical and mental challenges in the 10,000-meter men's race. I just have an utmost amount of respect for these athletes. My guess is their lactic acid buildup is starting to tangibly get in the way of their race. Although I'm looking at the lap times, and they're holding nicely in the 33 and 34 range. This is very good. Perot has got the fastest time going so far, as you can tell, with the number 1 beside him. 2 seconds better. Then Pekelny. That's the time to beat. Pekelny, Hathaway, Veman are the top 3 times. They are the top 3 because those are the first 3 that just finished the race. That deck will shuffle. That pecking order will shuffle here when this race is over. You can see Daniel Hall is forming the letter S, as they do, to maintain his rhythm. What's the key to a fast speed skater, especially long track, but is technique. And then when you think you've got that down, it's technique. What's the technique? Obviously as low as possible, quiet upper body, pushing out to the side, back and around with your skate, keeping your skate on the ice as long as possible, then release and bring it back again. You'll see some of the smoothest and fastest speed skaters look effortless. You'll see Ted-Jan Bloemen in the next quartet, and he, barring something out of left field, he will win this race of 16 skaters, even on fixed skates. Before the clap skate game, Ted-Jan wants to see how fast he can go on the fixed skate before the clap skate came into effect in 1997. I'll talk more about that later. He's paying homage to the fixed skate. Perot is putting on a clinic in this quartet right now. He did a negative split. What's a negative split in speed skating world? That means you went faster than the previous lap. Generally, you're supposed to get slower because you're getting more tired. So that means he has more in the tank to continue and give. We're going to... And it looks like Hall is picking up his pace now. Anyway, the fitter you are, the more you're able to hold your technique, the smoother you're going to look, the faster and farther you're going to go. And again, the fastest skaters don't look the fastest. We're going to get a bell lap here, I think, coming up for Daniel Hall, and we do. I'm going to get on the oval mic and say hello to those that are inside the building. Okay, we've got groups 1 and 2 in quartet 2, Simpson and Hall. Hall's got the bell lap. Perot's got the bell lap as well. Orlowski for him. Simpson's feeling it. But here comes Perot. He's going to love this time. 13:40 for a personal best for Perot. Daniel Hall, personal best. 13:55. Get a load of those lap times. That's what that 13:40 to 55 looks like. 32 to 33 lap times. Here comes Orlowski. He crosses the line with a personal best. 14:03. Good job for him. Simpson is digging deep. Obviously can feel it. At least he'll be happy with that pain at 14:27 with a personal best. Good job, quartet number 2. Quartet number 3 in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caleb Mueller. In the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Ted Jan Bloemen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Connor Howe. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start.
Okay, I got lots to say during this race, so hang in there. Look at Bloemen's outfit. I'll
Ready.
talk about that in a moment.
Go to the start.
Ted, we got to get your photo. I mean, we know what you look like, but I think you just dug a hole in the ice. Let me tell you what's going on inside the oval, everybody. First of all, you got 4 amazing skaters on the ice right now in Mueller, Weideman, Bloemen, and Howe. You've got Olympians and some national team skaters. Mueller's opening 400 meters is 35.66. Jake Weideman, 35.69. As Bloemen and Howe come in front, I want everybody to take a look at Ted Jan Bloemen's skates. 36.61 for Bloemen, Howe 36.3. Ted Jan Bloemen is going back in time, back to the future for Bloemen today. He is wearing fixed skates, the skates that basically retired in long track when the clap skate came on board, actually here with a prototype 26 years ago at the Oval Finale in 1997. And once a skater by the name of Urban Venemars from Holland wore the clap skate and a prototype during the Oval Finale. The following year, it took off. Not right away, but he wore the clap skates and won a bunch of junior records. And from then on, the clap skate is where the blade is attached to the boot by a hinge took off and the times in long track skating fell. But Bloemen today is going back in time with the fixed skate. The fastest time in the world by a skater wearing the fixed skate was Johan Koss. I'll get the pronunciation correct. Johann Olav Koss, back in Amar, Germany. 13:30 is the time. 13:30 with the world record with a fixed skate. I stand corrected. Amar, Norway, not Germany. Thomas Gustafsson at the 1988 Olympics had a 13:48 time with a fixed skate. To put it into perspective, Ted Jan Bloemen's best time, even past his world record time, 12:33, 1 minute, almost 1 minute better on clap skates. So he's turning back time with his outfit, and he's turning back time with a fixed skate. Let's see how it unfolds. Take a look at the lap times. They're all hovering in around 32. Let's see what happens. Let's give these guys some music. So I gave a little bit of a dissertation to those in the Oval, and you could hear it on the webcast. So let me give you some more commentary. First of all four skaters on the ice right now are incredibly accomplished. Obviously, Bloemen at 37 has got more skating kilometers under his skates than any other. Was once world champion in the 10,000. He's got a gold medal from Pyeongchang in the 10,000 meter, also a silver. So, and he's held world records. And he turned back the clock at the World Championships at Heerenveen, getting a bronze medal with a time of 13:01.84. I think that the world records are going to be broken unless Nils Vanderbilt is around. They're going to happen in Calgary or they're going to happen in Salt Lake City. But Nils Vanderbilt, given the training schedule he have and the phenom he created two world records in the 5,000 and the 10,000 in Beijing at the I think it was called the Blue Ribbon, the venue in China for the Olympics. So let's take a look at the lap time. Mueller and Weideman have 32 plus seconds in lap time. Bloemen, 33, along with Howe. My sense is the fixed skate will slow him down. Why is the clap skate so, why does it give you so much more of an advantage? It's more blade, it's the same blade, longer on the ice, allows you a greater push and therefore a greater glide. And so more blade on the ice versus a fixed skate. They use fixed skates, obviously, in short track speed skating. But since the clap skate really was prototyped here at Calgary at the Oval finale in 1997, that summer of 1998, before the next Olympics took off, the Winter Olympics, it took the speed skating, long track speed skating world by storm. It might have got a laugh or two because a skater would go around and all you could hear is every stride there'd be a clap, 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 clap. And nobody's laughing anymore because the clap skate is here to stay. And I'm sure they're going to tinker with all kinds of technology to improve the skate. I see for the first time Bart Schouten, which is the coach for Ted Jan Bloemen, in the coach's box. He spent a lot of time overseas at the World Cups coaching the national team. So Mueller has got the best lap time so far. Caleb he won the men's 5,000 meters. If he keeps this up, good chance he could take the 10,000 meters. Blomans and Connor Howe's time. Now Connor, obviously Ted Jan is a long distance skater. Connor's more a 1,500 meter specialist, but I see Connor skating in all kinds of races, and he seems to love the mass start as well. Weideman's having a good meet. He was second in the men's 5,000 meters. He'll want to have a good time here. Help his Canada Cup point standing and funding and position on the national team. You see Tyson Langlar in the lower part of the camera, cheering on his teammates. Negative 4 seconds better by Mueller. So he's got a good race going. See Will Dutton, he'll be coaching Jake Weideman. He's in the coach's box. Will Dutton was a sprint specialist, went to the Sochi Olympics, World Cups, fast start, one of the fastest starts in the entire world. Studied him, maybe the first, second, third fastest starts back in his day. Maybe he's getting a little bit older now, but if he went back and said, I want to skate again, I'm sure he could hold his own with even the younger skaters. He's only in his early 30s. A lot of skaters, they don't really develop and grow and reach their peak until their late 30s, early 40s. Sorry, late 20s, early 30s. Must be getting long in the afternoon for me. Caleb Mueller from Alberta, Ted-Jan Bloman from Alberta as well, Connor Howe from Canmore, Alberta, Jake Weideman from Ottawa. I hear his parents when they're in town, they've got the setup perfect for when they know their children are skating. They show up, watch the race, and then slide right back out. I've got to get that technique down. But their kids have been skating a lot of years, so they've seen a lot of races. So they've earned that right to do that. My children are still really young. They're teenagers. So Weideman, sadly, is out of the race. Not sure what happened. I'd be interested in finding out. Caleb Mueller is in the first pairing with was Jake Weideman, but not exactly sure. I can't see him in the screen right now. Ted-Jan Bloman and Connor Howe in the second pairing. We're going to have a pass here, and Mueller has passed Connor Howe. So not only is Ted-Jan Bloman paying homage to the fixed skate, but he's obviously doing it in a Canada suit that was around in the 90s. I won't mention the sponsor's name. 2000 Olympics, 2000. 2001, Greg Plannert tells me, 22 years old. So what's happening is you got Bloman in his own race. Caleb Mueller setting this quartet on fire. His time now is starting to increase on the lap time, but that's to be expected. But he's got this race in hand. Connor Howe is right behind him. You can see a lot of the athletes along the edge of the mats. They're all their teammates and friends. This community is very small. They want everybody to do really well. They know what goes into the training. It's an imbalanced life these athletes lead. So Caleb Mueller has overtaken Connor Howe, but now they've settled in, and Connor Howe probably is benefiting from some of the draft that's happening right now. But now Connor Howe has overtaken Caleb Mueller. We're going to get a bell up here, I think, and we are. We got a bell lap for Caleb Mueller, the first skater. One skater remaining in the first pairing. Jake Weideman had left the race, not sure why. Hopefully everything is okay. As you see Connor Howe in the screen, here comes Mueller. Bell lap for Howe and crossing the line, exhausted. Personal best, getting cheers by his teammates and friends with a 13:22 time. Congratulations. 13:22:44 to be exact for Caleb Mueller. Ted Jan Bloman turning back the clock with a fixed skate and a 2001 skin suit. Connor Howe with a blue armband finishing up his race. Olympian Connor Howe with a personal best of 13:39. You can see his teammates cheering him on, 13:39:77. And Bloman, here he comes. The time to look at is 13:48:20, 13:58, 13:57. About 11 seconds off the record in 1988 by Thomas Gustafsson. But a valiant attempt, and Johan Koss set the world record at 13:30. But, okay, here we go. We're going to do the final quartet. More on that later. In the fourth quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Quebec, William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak.
Go to the start.
Okay, I was going on and realizing that the next four skaters, which are right down in front of me, they start and finish.
Ready. Go
exactly
to
where
the
we
start.
are. Where the 500 meter ends is where the 10,000 meter starts.
Ready.
So talking to Ian McPeak, he's taking a shot at the 10,000 meters. He didn't know whether he was going to get in or not. Somebody scratched, made it available, and then he scratched his 500 meter and 1,000 to save himself for the grueling 25 laps. So Brock Gilbert and Fergus English in the opening lap. Gilbert opening time 39:99. Fergus English 40:57. Boissonneau's opening time is 39:99 as well, and 40:11 for McPeak. These times will come down now, as it's one full lap with the rolling start is quicker than it is with it's quicker than a standing start. So my guess is they're going to come in around 34, 35, and but that's exactly what happened. Gilbert's in at 34 and 35 and change for English. Now they settle in. How long can they hold their 34s and 35s? That's the key. 35 and 36 for Boissonneau and McPeak. Now, what else can I share with you? completely unrelated to the skaters on the ice. Let me give them some music. Well, one of the things that Dustin Miller and the crew up on the timing deck put together was a classic series. That's 4 races that had points attached to it and 4 categories. So the actual events were we're back in August, the Summer Classic. The Fall Classic was in September. Oktoberfest was in October. That makes sense, doesn't it? and the Winter Classic was the first weekend of February. There were 4 age groups: juniors 14 and 15, juniors 16 to 18, neo-senior 19 to 22, and then senior 23 and above. And I just want to share with you who won. At least some of them, anyway. Well, there's guys on the ice, so males on the ice. So maybe I'll just talk about the males. Actually, the 5,000 meters. Well, anyway, actually, I'll start at the 500. So the winners, really, Eric Angelozzi took the junior 14-15 for the 500 meters. Andre Erasmus for the junior 16 to 18. Joshua Tellison for the neo-senior, and Ryan Gibson for the senior. In the 1,000 meter, James Wiggleworth took the junior 14-15. Ben Rutledge, 16 to 18. Let me tell you about Ben Rutledge, by the way, on the side. I asked him if I could tell you this story. He's not racing this weekend. He hurt himself in training. And you're not going to believe how he hurt himself. It was a fall on the ice during training. And the skaters are trained to fall on their back, get their legs in the air. He did all that. He must have been going quite quick. But how he fell is that the end of one of his skates basically punctured the boot of the other skate, went right through and cut his foot wide open. So the boot's done, and he's all stitched up, and he's limping around the oval. And that's what I would call kind of a weird accident, or he did everything right. And so it's healable. Injuries do happen, and he's happy that it happened right at the end of the season, because he should be good to go in a few weeks to start the dryland program, I guess, in the early part of May. Anyway, Rutledge wins the men's 1,000 meters in the Classic Series. Jerzy Hitler gets the neo-senior for the 1,000, and Bill Blonsky gets the senior. 1,500 meters, Zachary Edelman gets the junior 14-15. Daniel Hall, another great year, gets an award here. Marc-Andre Doyon as a neo-senior, and Darius Achetti for the senior. And then the 3,000, I should say the 5,000, Zachary Edelman for the junior, Daniel Hall for the junior 16 to 18. Jay Wan Sheng in the neo-senior, and Scott Anderson for the senior. So that's the Classic Series. Tomorrow maybe I'll talk about the women. Maybe I'll talk about it right now. 500 meters for the juniors. Tatiana Deflech, 14 to 15-year-old. Sophia Bieber takes the 16 to 18. Neo-senior, Caitlin Pelkey. And Brooklyn McDougall takes the senior. That's for the 500-meter distance. 1,000 meter is Julianne Lazare for the junior. Rachel Mallard for the 16 to 18. Caitlin Pelkey for neo-senior. And Sarah Hopkins for the senior. And then the 1,500 meters, Isabel Champagne, no surprise. Women, Rachel Mallard, 16 to 18. Rachel Freitag for the neo-senior. And Isabel Weideman for the senior. That's a surprise. And then the 3,000 meter, Isabel Champagne, again, no surprise, for the 14-15. Rachel Mallard for the women, 16 to 18. Victoria Gopland for the neo-senior, and Kirsten Hagen for the senior. There's also the mass start categories. As we look at the lap times, maybe I'll stop. Pay attention to the lap times. Actually, I'm quite impressed. When they started their first lap from a standing start, basically every one of them had about a 40-second lap. And then they settle in, and it's around 34, 35. So they're almost halfway through their race. They're holding in the lap times actually quite well for these skaters. You don't want to go out too quickly, and you don't want to go too fast in the early going because you won't have anything left. That's Ian McPeak you're watching coming down the straightaway, who's got an S pattern, which is a good pattern to have as he carves out an S and momentum as he swings back and forth, which helps keep the momentum and the lap time. Mass starts, tie for third, I guess, but tie for first. Maria Hansen and Skylar Van Horn. Maya Kemp, the women's junior 16 to 18 for mass start. And then in the mass start for the juniors 14 to 15 men's, Gabrielle Padbury. 16 to 18, Daniel Hall. Jersey Hitler for the Neo Senior, and Darius Achetti for the senior. So those are the, not that you're keeping track at home, but the Classic Series is alive and well. It's something to start along with the personal best and the ping pong balls. Just to add a little extra oomph and competition for the skaters as they go through the season. So we're going to hand out awards for the women's 5,000 meters tomorrow. We'll probably do the men's 10,000 because they'll be here. Mueller will have the time to beat. I don't think anybody's going to touch that time. So Caleb will unofficially take the first position. Looks like Connor Howe will take the second position and Amy Perot the third. So I guess there is something to the fixed skate or the clap skate over the fixed skate, as we can attest as the equipment for the sport has evolved and gets polished up over time. Caleb Mueller from Alberta, Connor Howe from Alberta, Amy Perot from Quebec. As we come close to completing day number 3, day 3 of 4. Tomorrow we finish up. Day 3. Day 4 is going to be exciting. We got the 1,500 meters, mass start, and team sprint. We're not doing team pursuit, team sprint. So hopefully we got all the athletes charged and got their teams together. Hope you've enjoyed the last 3 days. I think most people that tune into the webcast, unless they have it on in the background for some white noise and just to keep them company, they'll tune in when they know that their loved ones are skating. And you obviously, now you should know that Sportity, the app Sportity, is providing everything you need to know. The pairings, the results, the live results. Any information that you need to know, the schedule, pairings, and of course a connection to the webcast. My voice and Wesley Lowe's video streaming. So Wesley Lowe is 6 feet away from me, and when you're watching a skater like Fergus English, Wesley's job is to keep a camera on him as he heads into the north corner, and you can see him head into the corner. Now he comes out of the corner. Where's the camera go? Now it shows the corner. There's Chris Veman coaching him. I see Phil Riopel. I see Sebastian Bouillot, and that would be Scott Van Horn in the distance, coaching McPeak. 4 skaters, 4 coaches, 8 souls on the ice. I'm seeing negative splits out of Gilbert and English going the other way. And I'm seeing the same out of McPeak here. What's happening with these skaters? They must be saving something for the end. They know it's getting closer. 25 laps around. I think this might be Ian's first time to do a 10,000. When I talked to some of the skaters and they told me they were doing the 10,000 meters, I prayed for them basically. I said, I'll be thinking of you Ted Jan Bloemen, when he puts on the clap skates, he keeps his lap times under 30 seconds. So does Graham Fish. Two notables, long track skaters. And they're, they train accordingly. And when things are working right, Bloemen he's had a fantastic career. And it's still going. Brock Gilbert is in the white armband. You see McPeak in the Manitoba black and yellow colors with the blue armband. Yeah, I saw some negative splits out there. That means that they went faster in one lap than the previous lap. So that means I'm looking at English as he heads down to the south part, and he looks like he's got some strength going right now. He's looks fresh, a bit. I'm not going to say like a daisy, but he's looking quite fresh, and you're seeing it in his lap times. Brock Gilbert, Fergus English, William Boissonneau, Ian McPeak. This is the final quartet of the day. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying it. I mentioned that Connor House from Canmore, Alberta, just outside of Calgary, is Cochrane, and that's where Brock Gilbert's from, who's on the ice right now. Brock Gilbert from Cochrane. He loves the long distance races. He loves the 5s. He loves the 10, so he's right in his element. His goal is to make the national team. That's what he wants to do. And Mary and Brad, mom and dad, for Brock, you're watching. Well, your son's on the ice right now. I know Buster, your Yorkie, can't see Brock, but he can hear him, or if you could mention to Buster that, Brock is on the ice and he'll be around sometime. Brock's also, he's also got his level 2 track steward. Let me call this in. So here comes Brock Gilbert with a time of 14:34:11. And that is a personal best for him, a season's best for Fergus English at 14:44:35. William Boissonneau and Ian McPeak, with whatever McPeak can muster up to finish his final few meters. Congratulations to him. He's going to feel that. That's a personal best, 15:02. Impressive lap times for Ian. I think that's his first time. Boissonneau in a season's best at 15:11. Wow. The 10,000 meters was awesome today. Chris Feeman, Phil Riopel, Sebastian Bulio, Scott Van Horn, doing all the coaching. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:37. And that does it for day three of the Oval Finale Canada Cup 5. We get to do this one more time tomorrow with the men's and women's 1,500 meters, the always entertaining, exciting mass start, and team sprint to bring the long track season to an end. Thank you for being here at the Oval, and thank you for watching and listening on the webcast. See you tomorrow. We will do the awards for the men's 10,000 meters. Once the skaters are near the podium, I'll be right down. Dust? Seaton. Heading down right now to present the awards of the men's 10,000 meter race to Perot, Howe, and Mueller. I believe they're nearby. Dustin Miller as well. Becker and 2 Albertans will provide the awards for the women's 5,000 meters tomorrow. So if we could have Caleb Mueller, Connor Howe, Amy Perot. Okay, we're actually doing awards for the men's 5,000 meters and the awards for the men's 10,000 meters. Let's get started. We'll need the third place finisher in the 5,000 meters. We're going to see him twice from Quebec. Unfortunately, I don't have his time right now. From Quebec, would you give it up for third place finisher, 5,000 meters, Amy Perot. Taking the second place position in the 5,000 meters, Pride and Joy of Ottawa, Ontario. Give it up for a gentleman and a scholar, Jake Weideman. And taking home the first position in the 5,000 meter men's from Alberta, Caleb Mueller. Caleb Mueller, Jake Weideman, and Amy Perot, congratulations on the 5,000 meters. Stick around for a picture. I'll do an interview with Caleb, but he's going to be back up there in a moment. So I'll do the interview for both the 5 and the 10 all at once. For those that are in attendance, give these guys a big round of applause. 12 and a half laps around a 400-meter track. Guys, get it together. All that hard work, you got to learn how to smile and look into the lens. Congratulations, Caleb, Jake, and Amy. In the men's 10,000 meters, going back into the third position with a personal best time of 13:40.93, Amy Perot, get back up there. Taking the second position, the pride and joy of Canmore, Alberta, with another personal best, 13:39.76. Olympian wearing the maple leaf on his back in Beijing. Give it up for Connor Howe. Second place. And back into the first place with a personal best from Alberta with a time of 13:22.44. Give it up for Caleb Mueller. Dustin Miller, team lead of competition, is handing out the prizes. Get together, guys. Get used to it. You want to be on the podium a lot. Congratulations, Amy, Connor, and Caleb. Caleb, you stay right there by the number 1, and we're going to have a little chat. Connor, you're taller than I thought. First of all, Caleb Mueller, congratulations on 5,000, 10,000 wins. Not easy to get to the podium. There's a lot of skaters. What's working for you right now? How did you get to the podium and beat some of the teammates of yours with your times? What happened?
Well, actually this year I took a 2-month break from skating, and I feel like it was something I needed just to regain some energy and finish strong into the season.
So your season starts in May, your off season. Champions are made in the off season. Your season then starts on the ice around end of August, early September. What 2 months did you take off? And are other coaches and skaters paying attention?
Took off November and December, so.
And it wasn't because of an injury?
Nope, I just needed that break.
Okay, so is that something that you'll do going into next year?
No, I think I was just a little burnt out from skating, and I was just telling myself that I needed something to refresh and find the love of skating again. So.
Are you ready for the off season?
Oh yeah, I got 2 ice cream and I'm ready to eat those.
Well, congratulations! And one more thing, what's ahead for next year? What's one of the hopes and dreams that you can share with everybody here inside the Oval and on the webcast?
Hopes and dreams. I really don't know.
I know, Caleb, you don't know, but if you did know, what would you say? Do you want to make the Olympics? Do you want to represent the country at the World Cup? Do you want to get faster times, or do you want to just eat ice cream? What would be your hope, or all the above?
I want to break 6:20 in the 5K.
And how possible is that? Can you do it next year?
Very possible. I'm going to say that I'll do it next year.
Okay, you heard it here first. Gentlemen, ladies, congratulations. Give it up for Caleb Mueller. Podium finish, number 1, 5,000 meter, 10,000 meter. Way to go, young man. Tomorrow, the men's and women's 1,500 meters, the mass start, and the team sprint. We got an exciting day for day 4 at the Oval finale. Canada Cup 5. Don't miss it.